रोड को निकालो। कुछ नहीं आ रही। इस
Hello, 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 testing. Hello, 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 testing. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 testing. Hello, hello, testing. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, testing. Hello, 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 hello.
Thank you. Madam. Bismillah ar-Rahman. Conference hosted by the Pakistan China Institute and the SDPI on the need to switch towards a greener future and what are the lessons from China. For those of you who are not familiar, the Pakistan China Institute and the Sustainable Development Policy Institute took a pioneering initiative about 9 months ago to initiate dialogue on a greening CPEC and what a greener CPEC should look like. This was the natural progression from the second Belt and Road Forum, which had taken place in Beijing 3 years ago, which was themed towards a greener and a high quality Belt and Road. And this dialogue and initiative that we began was to see the next steps of how outbound investments from China into host countries like Pakistan can be in renewable energy. What policies do we need for that? What can be specific next steps? How can the investors, like the enterprises who are key stakeholders, be part of this discussion? And we have the most well-known and reputable Chinese renewable and clean energy company in the world, China Three Gorges Corporation, is represented by its management CEO. My dear brother, why don't you stand up so everyone can see you? And other colleagues like Mr. Zubairi and others are there as well, who are our good friends. So this dialogue has, for the first time, brought in policymakers, think tanks, academics, and investors on the one platform. I would also like to make note of Ambassador Masood Khalid Saab, who's here and who has been a very key leader and diplomat when CPEC just began. So this platform that we have taken at a time when Pakistan is the biggest suffering the biggest issues from climate change, is, I think, critical. The timing is critical. And this is just the beginning, because this dialogue is now expanding. And we have now financial institutions from China, which will also be participating, like ICBC, Bank of China, China Exim Bank, Sinosure. So from all the ends, from Pakistan and China, all stakeholders which are involved, from financing institutions, investors, government, think tanks, how can Pakistan's next era of development be greener? And we thought that we will begin this initiative and dialogue from CPEC, because CPEC, as we all know, is the biggest investment in infrastructure, in energy that Pakistan has received thus far in recent history. And this model of greening CPEC can actually be a great template for other countries who want to invest in this part of the world to follow. So I welcome all of you, and we welcome all of the people who are interested in participating in this dialogue in the future, giving their input, giving their suggestions, giving their ideas, so we can move forward through collective wisdom. We're grateful to Senator Mashad Sen Sayed Sahib, Senator Roxana Zubairi Sahib, Abid Sulari Sahib, and colleagues from PCI and SDPI making this reality. And this is today's conference is a culmination, by the way, not a beginning, of many initiatives and events and roundtables that we've had, and dialogues that we've had, and town hall meetings that we've had over the past year. And in the coming year, in the coming months, we are also going to be continuing with this dialogue and this initiative. And this will also take place in China. And today, for this afternoon, by the way, we have very senior members because we have policymakers and parliamentarians from Pakistan. We have with us Dr. Jawad, who is the Minister for Population in China and the Vice Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Chinese Parliament. She will also be making a keynote speech on this very important subject, and many other colleagues and friends from both Pakistan and China will be joining us in this dialogue. So without much further ado, I'd now like to invite Mr. Abid Sulani Saab for his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saeed Saab. Honorable senators, dignitaries, ambassadors, friends from media, civil society, academia. Let me join Mustafa Sayed in welcoming you to this very important consultation, which is greening CPEC and lessons from China. And as Mustafa rightly mentioned, this alliance in which STPI and Pakistan China Institute, they have been working. We have tried to forward our research-based recommendations to China and also bring lessons from China, what can be done correctly in terms of greening Pakistan and greening CPEC. Now, the question arises, why China? And I think there are a couple of examples that we need to recall. The success stories of China when we talk of China's successful initiatives in terms of tackling environmental and climate change issue. And the first and foremost that I want to highlight here is controlling smog problem in Beijing. And if you know that within 1 year, from 2013 to 2014, Beijing successfully reduced its particulate matter, the small particles which cause air pollution and smog, as we see happening in Lahore and other parts of Punjab. They reduced it by 60%, and then within years, the smog issue from China, it was over. So they actually practically showed that the problem of smog, it can be controlled. And today, Beijing's air quality, if you look at the worst air pollutant countries, so you would find mainly South Asian countries, and Beijing has actually effectively controlled its air pollution. The second thing that I want to highlight here is what China replicated in 2013, 2014, Great Green Wall. So you know that there is China's Great Wall of 1211 against Mongol attackers. But in 5 to 7 years, starting somewhere in 2011, 2012, China decided that they want to control the aridity and the spread of deserts. So they started planting trees around desert, which they call Great Green Wall. And they very successfully showed that how this problem of aridity and soil erosion in deserts can be controlled. And the third and most important is the leadership that China showed when US under the presidency of President Trump walked away from Paris Declaration. And that was the time when the world had three options. One was that the other fossil fuel using countries, they should follow American suit, and they should, using it as an excuse, they could have also kept use of their fossil fuel intact. The second was not to question America and not to do anything, just going into status quo. And third was one of the country had to take leadership, and we saw that China took that leadership role when America walked out from Paris Declaration, and of course EU also supported this initiative, and China and EU they kept that agenda, the Paris agenda, alive until we saw that America re-entered in this UNFCCC negotiation under Joe Biden. So the point I'm trying to make that from a micro level initiative in Beijing to a meso level initiative, this Great Green Wall, to a macro level initiative providing global leadership to keep this momentum forward on Paris Declaration. China played its leadership role. And this is what Pakistan need to replicate. So when we talk of CPEC, yes, one component of CPEC is the brick and mortar component. The second component of CPEC is what I'll be discussing in the next few minutes, the CPEC phase 2. But the third component of CPEC is learning from the attitude, and the attitude is that how to take care of sustainability, how to take care of your natural resources, and how to take care of nature around you. And I think that is the missing link that Pakistan needs to foster upon. Of course, Three Gorges are sitting here, one of the largest hydro energy producer in the world. And again, one needs to see that what is it that Pakistan can learn from this experience. In the phase 2, the phase 1 was completed, the construction in the brick and mortar and energy. Then came COVID, and of course, we saw that world went into state of inertia, rightly, and of course, China's policy, zero COVID policy. So the progress was almost stalled. But the CPEC phase 2, one of the important components which is starting now is agriculture and food security. So it's again the green initiative. So when one talks of agriculture, when one talks of food security, when one talks of, for example, the experiments that were on producing a rice crop in saline water conditions in Sindh. So China, they provided certain rice seed varieties which actually can be grown in the saline and sodic conditions. So the water soils in Sindh and part of, and that is again greening the nature, greening the environment through use of nature. Energy, of course, is another one, and it's quite heartening to know that both government of Pakistan as well as President Xi have announced that they would not sponsor any coal-based power project outside China. Government of Pakistan has put a cap on number of coal-based power plants in Pakistan, and that is the moment one need to focus upon the renewable sources, both hydel as well as solar. And then in concluding, I would say that when you talk of energy, green energy, there are more than one factors, and that green energy would be promoted. But I think the IMF current negotiation and the program, that would be a major turning point that people they would start resorting to green energy resources, because the energy economics would become so complicated and the fossil fuel energy would become so expensive that the consumers who can afford, they would start switching to renewable and alternative sources of energy. So we have seen that economics, when it pinch economically, that is actually the greatest catalyst for any change. And now we have reached to a point that we still need to increase around 3 rupees per unit as fuel surcharge before this draft level agreement is reached. Pakistan has already taken this decision in principle that in summer the reliance on furnace oil for production of electricity would be reduced. So I can see consumer shifting solar, and I can see government shifting to non-fossil fuel solution, which is Hydel, and already the
Hello, bro.
the diversion of reversing the Dasu dam. I think that is a major breakthrough that we are able to now materialize on what we have been dreaming of this Dasu dam construction and then production of electricity from it. So government of Pakistan is committed in its NDC, National Determined Contribution, that by 2050, 60% of our energy mix would be through renewable resources. And I can see some of the investment from China being a major component of it. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, there are more than these avenues which I discussed. Electrical vehicle is still another, and there are various other solutions. The recommendations of this forum, as Mustafa rightly said, would be prepared, compiled, and would be shared to the decision makers, both in China as well as in Pakistan. And we look forward to learning from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. In fact, I just returned last night from China, and you spoke about electric vehicles. And in Shenzhen, I saw that 80% of the vehicles now are electric vehicles. The fossil fuel vehicles with petrol and other fuel are no longer being used at all. And now they are going to be using the Shenzhen model for electric vehicles in all the other major cities, and they are giving incentives for that. And we are seeing charging stations, electric charging stations for the EVs everywhere. And some of those electric vehicles are like cell phones, they can be charged at home. So I think there's a lot that can be done. I'd like to now invite Senator Mushad Hussain, Chairman of the Pakistan China Institute, for his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, and our Chinese friends. And also a very happy new year of the rabbit, because the rabbit also shows good fortune and speed, and we hope
ass nigga.
that speed will be reflected, especially in 2023 in Pakistan-China relations, and the basis of the current relationship, the framework is the China-Pakistan economic corridor, as well as the broader China-Pakistan relationship, which is now multifaceted and multidimensional. I'm very happy to note that my distinguished colleague is here, Senator Rukhsana Zubairi. She has been president of the Pakistan Engineering Council, engineer also, and was a very close confidant of Mohtarama Benazir Bhutto Shahid Sahiba in the old days. And Dr. Abid Suleri is in the vanguard of the green development in Pakistan as head of the Sustainable Development Policy Institute, which is the oldest and the most well-established policy institute on sustainable development. And that is an issue for which the time has now come. When we come to talk of China, I remember that I went to China in May 2019 to attend the second Belt and Road Forum, BRF, hosted by President Xi Jinping. And the theme of that forum, and Pakistan's
I'm about to come.
Pakistan's Prime Minister was there. Is there a technical issue we can have? Yeah? We can work it out. There was about 40 heads of state there, and Pakistan was one of them. And the theme was towards green development. That was the first time we saw that at such a high level international conference attended by leaders from Europe, leaders from Asia, Middle East, Latin America, Africa, the focus was very clear. And today, as we speak, 2023, green is the defining element of China's development. And two important frameworks are important to understand in this context. One is that in January, the State Council of China issued a white paper. And the white paper focused on green development. That this is the policy framework, and this is what it is going to be focused on. And then earlier than that, in 2019, the Chinese Ministry of Energy and Environment had also issued guidelines for green development. And there were specific areas on renewable energy, what Mustafa mentioned about electric vehicles, the switch from fossil fuels to green and clean energy, and that had begun. And President Xi Jinping had made this commitment also at the COP in 2015 in Paris, where he said that China would take this element forward, carbon neutrality by 2060, and also China would emerge as a global leader in green development. That commitment, which was made to the international community in 2015, has been kept. And today you can see China is the largest producer and investor in green development. So whether the shift to renewables is there, solar, wind, hydro, even nuclear energy, and then also in terms of technology. And in technology, it's all about green technology and also green finance. And China today has created 54 million, what they call green jobs, including 4 million in renewables. So already the figures speak for themselves. And this, I think, is an important element, that it's not just from top down, it's also bottom up, because the instructions have gone down. The local governments in China at the county level, below the city and the provincial level, they are also focusing on that. So this is a huge transformation. So China is the leader in globalization. 30% of global growth is fueled by China. And China is also the leader in green development technology. I was recently reading, ladies and gentlemen, a very interesting report by Harvard University. And it was issued by the Belfer Center. I think it was issued last year. And that report is called The Great Tech Rivalry, China versus the United States. This is the title. It's 52 pages. And you can see it in the internet. The Great Tech Rivalry, China versus the United States. And what is the report saying? And this is Harvard University, Professor Graham Allison. They say that China has overtaken the United States in high-tech manufacturing. And they mentioned 1.5 billion cell phones produced last year, 250 million computers, 25 million automobiles. So that is there. But in the foundational technologies of 21st century, artificial intelligence, robotics, cloud computing, 5G, China, STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, China is either at par or it is overtaking the United States. And this is the report from the US top institution. And in that, under the direction of the Communist Party of China and President Xi Jinping, the technology is to focus on clean and green energy. That is the linkage. Economic development, focusing on green development, and technology that produces cleanliness. And Dr. Abid Suleri was very right. When we used to visit Beijing in 20 years ago, there was darkness, almost smog all over, permanently over Beijing, which has changed. And that has been there. And if you saw the technology, if you saw the television in February 2023, when China had the Winter Olympics, 80% of the Winter Olympics logistics, transportation was green energy and controlled with technology. Robots were guiding you where to go, where to sit, what to do. So this was the element, highest level, last February 2022. So this is an amazing transformation. And I think that countries like Pakistan need to learn from that. Oh, and why Pakistan? Because Pakistan is also itself affected by the issue of climate change, as was mentioned. We have had in the last 20 years over 150 freak weather incidents in Pakistan, whether it's flash floods or forest fires or avalanches or other kinds of strange weather emerging. And I remember in 2014, Dr. Abbas Lairisa, I organized the first briefing, public hearing on climate change and environment in the Pakistan Parliament. And that time it was not that fashionable because I said I was heading a committee for a clean and green Islamabad. And we had 3 days of public hearing. For the first time, we also produced a media manual on climate change. And it was not easy even to acclimatize my fellow parliamentarians. Of course, present company excluded, Engineer Lairisa has been already in the vanguard, but most of them had no awareness and no linkage of the larger issue of climate change with the condition in Pakistan, which was aptly demonstrated last year at the floods, when 33 million people were affected, and people now realize it was the consequences of global climate change that countries like Pakistan are facing. And not just Pakistan, this region, South Asia. And you know that Nepal had a cabinet meeting high in the Himalayas because of melting glaciers. Maldives had a meeting underwater because global warming continues at this pace. Maldives may cease to exist in the next 30, 40 years because it's an islands. So this issue is so paramount, and we are very grateful to China and its leadership for taking this initiative forward. Because in America, 30% of Americans are still climate change deniers, including President Trump. They say climate change is not an issue. Even the president of the World Bank says there is no climate change issue. And Al Gore made a speech recently criticizing him on that this is everybody accepts this, science proves that, but you have deniers, that people in positions of authority who say there is no climate change issue. It's other issue related, because it's the lobby. The fossil fuels lobby is so powerful in the United States, and that they control this dirty energy lobby or whatever. So this is extremely important, and I think today's initiative is very much there, and we are having this conference with SDPI and Pakistan China Institute at the right time, because this year we are going to have COP28 in United Arab Emirates. I have been participating in the COP meetings, which is about climate change. COP26 was in Glasgow, and last year the COP was in Sharm el Sheikh. Dr. Abbas Lairisa was there in both meetings, and he organized a special briefing for parliamentarians to educate them and make them aware of the issues. So I think that now that the COP is being held almost next door in United Arab Emirates, I would suggest to both Pakistan China Institute and the SDPI to prepare an action plan, and we should discuss it with our friends in the Gulf, whether it's the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia and Qatar and others who are very keen to promote this clean and green energy, because this is about the future of Pakistan's people, their lives and livelihoods. And we are very lucky we have a neighbor next door, that is China, which is a leader in climate change today. So given the leadership role of China, given the requirement of Pakistan, and given the fact that countries around Pakistan today, including the Gulf countries, have now that awareness of the need for green development, I think that we should seize the moment and take this initiative forward. And I look forward to hearing the report and other speeches. And I thank all the distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have gathered here for this important conference. We have a very quality crowd of people who are professionals, think tank people, educated, and who have been policymakers and who understand the issues. And I think we have to take it forward. And we in the parliament, I'd like to assure you on my behalf and behalf of Senator Rukhsana Zubairi Sahib also, that whatever legislation has to be passed, whatever policy making has to be done at the level of parliament, we should certainly pursue it with the urgency that this situation demands. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks.
Now I'd like to invite Senator Rukhsana Zubairi Sahib for her speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and Niho. All the distinguished audience sitting here, professionals, my seniors. First of all, Mushahid Saab and Qayyum Suleri Saab, it's a great initiative you have taken. And I had the opportunity of working with Senator Mushahid Saab during my first tenure in the Senate also, which was in the 2003 and 6, and then we worked together in the Defense Committee. As we got invitation of this conference and I saw its title, I reached out to Mushahid Saab in the house. We were having session and I said, you are going to share lessons from China. I would like to share lessons from Pakistan. ये pictures अभी हमें नहीं चाहिए, ठीक है? The need to switch to a greener future, and yes, this is need of the time, and renewable energy and energy in PPP manifesto of 2007, of which I was also a member of it. Energy was the core of the development. We called it 5E, and it was employment, education, then the center was energy, environment, and equality. So our party leadership, Mohtarama Benazir Bhutto, she was a staunch believer that the energy we have to keep it as a core, and we have to work on it. And renewable was on the forefront. When I joined Pakistan Engineering Council in 2008, Chairman Saab, I shared it with you. We had a joint session going on. And as I came to joint session, my colleague who was senator and who was Minister Environment, he came to congratulate me. I said, only congratulation doesn't mean anything. So he says, well, we'll have a party. I said, yeah, a party with a difference. He said, what do you want? I said, get Engineering Council building energy audit first of all. And he said, done. And next morning, the MD Enercon, Faridullah Saab, he just walked in and said, please help us because we don't have a budget for it this year, that will delay us. So he said, no problem. And the energy audit was done. By simple one small step, you rightly said the small steps lead to bigger steps. We saved 35% of electric light energy. We saved about 35% of the energy used, and a small step. And we didn't have to spend much. We just had to take off a couple of walls and the tinted papers we were using, and things like that. Small, and putting up LED lights. So small investments, and nothing big was involved. that led us to, we said we will have, we should have awareness. We should have awareness, and we should tell people that this is how we can save energy. And we should popularize use of renewable energy. Pakistan knows hydraulic energy for a long time, but solar is also not a new technology. It's an old technology, but it was slightly very expensive. With time, it has become very, very affordable now. And but the question is, we have to have awareness, and we have to have energy audit, so that we first of all make it energy efficient buildings and energy efficient environment to be able to spend less. Then we found this organization known as Women in Energy, and we conducted seminars and conferences and reaching out to people how they can reduce their energy bill. Energy bill is the core issue of every household. And then during this time, parliamentarians were asked to suggest electricity distribution proposals. So I went to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Yusuf Raza Gilani Sahab, and I said, I'm not interested in taking distribution lines and putting money on the wires and putting money on the the piping of gas when we don't have gas. So he said, what do you want? I said, if you allow for solar, I'm ready to take interest and ready to put up a project there. So he agreed. And then we had very small units starting from for a very small hut, for a small home, 1 room living. We had from 40 watt to 5 kilowatt. And the bigger units, we took it to, we can share the pictures now. We went to the mosques, we put in the mosque, we went to the churches. Panja Sahib Gurdwara has it. And with these activities, people started, watching us in concert with interest that here some people are trying to do something. So JICA contacted us, and they said they have full energy plan, and we have qualified 52 countries, but they have money for about 20 plus countries. And we are coming to you because we think that you are ready to take up this project. But then but is always something different coming. So the but was that your approval processes take too long, and you will miss out otherwise. So we said, okay, give us your timeline. So they gave us timeline, and the most critical issue came up is with the planning commission approvals. So we said, okay, let's work it out. We'll get back to you. So I went to the planning commission chairman, Sardar Asif was the deputy chairman at that time. And I said, here it is, this is a project coming, and we need your help. Okay, can we put it in my village? I said, no, sir, they are not coming for your village. They are not coming for love of Pakistan. They are coming to promote their products, to display their products. And so he said, okay. I said, okay, now what can I do is I can give you half the project. So that was the official, I presented. So we said, because this was all for Pakistan. So it said half in front of Pakistan Engineering Council building and half on planning commission parking lot. So there are 2 projects, and that became the Pakistan's first on-grid system, because then we started working with ISCO, and ISCO was of the opinion that why should you take money from us? Because you are getting a free project, so it doesn't matter. We want people of Pakistan to invest their own money, get energy for themselves, and get energy for others, and make money out of it. We can have a quick rundown of the pictures I would like to share. And now Pakistan Engineering Council is there with the Act of Parliament. Okay. Again, manifesto mein tha ye 5E. Okay, move on, please. Can you move on, please? Yeah. This was also there. Acha. Yeah, this was Qaid Azam's Mazar, 5 kilowatt. They are very intelligently using it. They are putting it in their museum because mostly the light is not there when dignitaries come, and the museum is lighted with it. Okay, next one. Please excuse us because we had to. This is a mosque, Baitul Mukarram in Karachi. There are in fact 100 such sites were there. Next one, please. Next one. This is Bari Imam. Then you would see, yeah, please go ahead. Prime Minister's Secretariat, you would see very small units over there, just in front of the gate. And this is, and the Mahatma Benazir Bhutto's Mazar also, the stage, at the back of the stage we have installed, and that works for the sound system and lights there. This was when the JICA came and we had the signing ceremony, and it was the beginning of it. Next. This was our challenge to connect to the grid, connecting sun to the grid. Yeah. And this was site for Pakistan's first on-grid solar system. This was the location. It's just as you turn from Nadra towards PEC office, you will find. And now this one is on the Planning Commission. Yeah. Move. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, next. We are connected to the grid. Pakistan Engineering Council did help in formulating the protocols and things like that. And this was the inauguration, connecting it. And Prime Minister of Pakistan did it. This was net metering, which started. And these are the bills. Now, the basic issue now in spreading is because we are having credits of electricity. We're not having money being given in return. And this is NEPRA's recognition of our services. Our means my team as Pakistan Engineering Council. Okay, next. Now, here are the organizations, both sides has given the Japanese organization, Pakistani organization. And Pakistani organization, you can see Capital Development Authority also. Now, the role of Capital Development Authority came in. We'll move on to the picture, please. I would like to recognize here a role of Senator Nayar Bukhari. He was leader of the opposition at that time, and he got us the place right in front of Engineering Council, and he used all his resources to get us that place because we wanted it to be visible and visible to all. Now, since installation, which was 2012, and about 2015, we had the NEPRA rules and how to connect to the grid, how they will be paid and all that. So here is a number of licenses issued every year. And you can see that the number of licenses issued went on to an increase and then have started reducing. If you see the graph, it is not a very good situation. And this is the capacity. The capacity also, we have something like 606 megawatt energy added to national grid without a single penny being given by the government of Pakistan. It's the people's money. So this is perhaps. Let's go off. Now, I was thinking I'm left out with all this. Okay, now I would like to make a commitment here before this August gathering and before you, Mr. Chairman, that this is the national cause, and I, as an individual, as a parliamentarian, as a representative of Pakistan People's Party, and engineers and Engineering Council, which is by act of parliament is a think tank of government of Pakistan, will be available to you without any without any obligation on your side as a national duty. And we are here. And if you see today, what we are facing is the engineering problems, the electricity problem, the environment problem. All these are engineering problems. And we are oh, thank you so much. Thank you. And we are a nuclear country. We have all the resources available. We have all the resources available, all the expertise available. One important missing link, which I want to present it to you, is we don't have engineers at the engineering jobs. What I mean is, you may find, thousands and thousands of them working, but grade 19, 20, 21, 22, they are missing. And they used to be, they are here also, but now, not now. So this missing link has to be bridged. We don't have engineers cadre. That has to be done. And awareness has to be done, and awareness campaign right from the university academic level, from the day one. I remember in our house, even a small child would not let any bulb be there lit without any use. They will just reach out to something, try and put it off. If they cannot even reach to the button, they'll use some way of reaching it out, because that is the environment which we have grown up. No waste. Waste is not there at all. So my commitment, I would congratulate all of you. I wish you a very successful event, and with all our efforts and participation, and congratulations for this step. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Saiba. I would now like to invite our friend, Mr. Christoph Nedofeld from the Fudan University to give his presentation on the status of green finance under CPEC and the BRI. This will be virtual, as Christoph is in China.
Good morning, Mustafa. Good morning, dear colleagues. What a great pleasure to be here. And it was such a pleasure also to already listen to these excellent speeches, very, very inspiring. I'm actually currently in Germany, so it's very early in the morning, but it was absolutely worth getting up and hearing all this motivated, positive developments that CPEC and Pakistan is going through, and of course also strives to go through over the next years in collaboration with China, but of course also in collaboration with all the other relevant partners. Now let me share my screen. It's if that's possible. So the host has to allow me to share my screen so I can start a presentation. I can already, of course, tell you a little bit what I'm talking about. Just a second. I will, of course, talk about the green finance aspect of it. So I hope you can see the screen. So green finance for CPEC and beyond. So we'll talk about very briefly. I will give you an introduction of what we do. So you also know that I'm not just talking from a very academic view, but also very much from a practical point of view, and how we can shape also the green CPEC. I will show you a little bit of the trends. So it's a kind of our latest report that we just published at the beginning of this month about the investment and engagement trends. And I pulled out the data for CPEC. And then, of course, kind of what's interesting is kind of how can we accelerate it, and kind of how can we also think about the green finance aspect to work with the Chinese counterparts, and what are some of the trends that we are seeing in China regarding green finance. So very quickly, so I am a professor at Fudan University, which is one of the leading universities in China. I'm teaching finance there. I also am the director of the Green Finance and Development Center there, and I will introduce that in a second. And I have some other roles, also working with a number of financial institutions like the Asian Development Bank, the IFC, particularly in emerging economies. So I really hope to visit Pakistan soon again. I've been a couple of times in Pakistan, but it's been too long ago. The work that we do at the center, and that I think gives us kind of some legitimacy, and also helps you understand where we are. So one of the focus areas is, of course, greening the BRI. So we work with the Chinese government, particularly with the Ministry of Ecology, Environment, the Belt and Road Initiative, Green Development Coalition, Ministry of Commerce, the banking regulator, on how can we accelerate finance? What are some of the issues in terms of greening the Belt and Road? The green innovation finance, it's absolutely exciting. There's so much green innovation going on. The question, how do we finance it for energy, for transport, for food, all of the areas where we need to decarbonize. ESG Lab, very much focused on ESG risks for financial institutions. And Biodiversity Finance Lab, absolutely exciting too, because biodiversity is such an important topic to kind of integrate into our financial decision making. We know we want to protect biodiversity, but we often don't know how. What's the value of nature? How do we actually measure it? What are the data? So this is the work that we do at our center. Now, kind of let's start a little bit kind of with the green finance status and trends for the BRI and CPEC. Here, kind of, since we heard so much praise about China, I included quickly a slide to kind of also remind us of the huge task that we have ahead. On the left side, you see the CO2 emissions of China. This is a publication that also came out just in February. And what we see is that China continues to increase its CO2 emissions. It's by far the largest emitter of global emissions. It has more than 30% of global emissions. So I think it's extremely important to understand that without China and China's domestic change, the climate change agenda is not possible. And at this time, we're not seeing kind of as strong of a decrease as we need to. And particularly over the last year and two, we're also seeing most likely CO2 emission increases. Now, that does not mean that China does not do a lot of renewable energy investments, but the expansion of coal is still visible, unfortunately. Now, there's a kind of, I think this is one of the reasons why we have the 30-60 targets in China in order to really try to get this down. We have to get this down, and China, of course, has a number of policies. The practice, I think, needs to accelerate to really reduce that. In the BRI, we have a similar issue, that we have a lot of the investments over the past years that go into fossil fuels to increase CO2 emissions. But the idea is, of course, if we understand that there is financial risks involved in climate change, that we need to reduce these harmful investments. So on the right side, you see kind of different scenarios of the Belt and Road Initiative. And I think it shows that only the 2-degree scenario, the 2DS pathway, is very hard to achieve, even with the with currently best available technologies. So we need to do even more, and hope that technology will allow us to drive down emissions relatively quickly. Now, here's President Xi, who kind of has been featured already quite often in our speeches here. He's, of course, extremely important to signal what is actually important for China. He signaled, of course, at the Belt and Road Forum how green development is important. He signaled at the Boao Forum last year, so the Boao Forum is going to take place soon again, how the International Green Development Coalition for the BRI and the Green Investment Principles for the BRI are core for understanding how do we shape the green BRI in the future. So kind of giving support to these institutions and the BRI-GC and the GIP is extremely important as a signal to understand where do we need to go. He also highlighted the work of the BRI-GC again at the COP in Montreal on biodiversity. So kind of the work of the BRI-GC seems to be extremely important for international collaboration. So that's why I will also highlight some of the work that we do there. Now, kind of what we see in practice, here's from the latest report from February 2023, what are actually the investments in the BRI and the engagement. And we see that 2022 saw 2021 were relatively stable despite the pandemic. It's of course not as grand as it was in 2018 and 2015 in terms of investment. Pakistan overall has been, since 2013, the most important partner for China in the Belt and Road Initiative. So the CPEC is cumulatively the most important corridor of the BRI. So that's kind of always very encouraging to see and very exciting. So here, what happens in Pakistan, most of the engagement between China and Pakistan, so in the CPEC, is of course in energy. So about 3/4 of the total engagement was in energy. There was some, the other important engagement is of course in transport. There are great projects that have been completed in Pakistan with in cooperation with China. And I think there is of course a lot more hope that more can be done, but there's always the challenge, of course, of how do we finance it. Other sectors that also play a small role is technology. Now, one of the really exciting things that we observed in 2022 is that there's a much stronger willingness of Chinese companies to invest abroad, also in high-tech sectors. So we saw in 2022 a much larger technology share and absolute investments in technologies than ever before. So there's definitely kind of a shift also in the BRI from kind of the traditional infrastructure to more manufacturing, to more high-tech stuff. So that's very, very encouraging, and I do hope that Pakistan can benefit from that as well. One of the important distinctions that we always have to draw, particularly also for Pakistan, and we draw that around the world, is China's engagement is kind of, we separate that between the construction engagement that is often kind of implemented by Chinese construction companies and often financed even by Chinese loans, but not in Chinese equity. So kind of the top one is the construction engagement in Pakistan. The bottom one is the actual investment. So where China puts in equity, where China puts in ownership, and therefore also takes more risk. And then we see kind of the construction investments are generally much higher, or the construction engagements in CPEC, and the investments tend to be lower. So the equity investments and have been very focused in the coal and the hydro sector. So more can be done, also ideally to attract Chinese investments, in fact, in the BRI and in CPEC. Now, kind of how do we attract and kind of, I think this is the core of the conference, is the core of the work that all of us are really doing. Kind of how can we attract more green investments, and kind of what is the status of green finance in China and in the BRI. And here kind of I want to give you a couple of really, really interesting developments that part of them we are really kind of contributing to, and some of them we are allowed to observe. Here you see a map of all of the different regulations that China, or many of the different regulations that China has provided over the last years that address overseas financing, overseas engagement. So kind of by all the different issues you have on the left side, the State Council, the NDRC, and I guess most of you kind of are familiar with these abbreviations. So NDRC is, of course, the National Development and Reform Commission, a very powerful economics ministry, the Commerce Ministry, the Ministry of Commerce, and Ministry of Ecology and Environment. And they often provide these guidelines, guidances, opinions conjointly. And you see the different dots. And the dots mean kind of that previously, until 2018, China always said environment is kind of a very local decision. You can apply host country principles for getting approval to do this project. So if you are in a country that does not have very strong environmental laws locally, we're still okay. And in 2020, it started to change, and in 2022, it really changed that China, ideally from a construction perspective and from a banking perspective, expects that international standards are applied in terms of environmental impact assessment and environmental management. The simple reason is that a lot, and IFC does that, the equated principal financial institutions do that. So it's an international practice in order to reduce the environmental risk, because we know that not every country, not every region has perfect environmental laws or the ability to manage those laws. And so the idea is we really want to reduce environmental risk, and therefore we apply international standards. And it's difficult. It's not easy, and kind of we're working with the Chinese financial institutions and developers, and it's extremely hard for them to actually understand kind of how to apply international standards. But the interest and the willingness is absolutely there in order to improve green and reduce the brown risks. And I mentioned to you before the BRIGC and the GAP because it's mentioned so strongly by President Xi. And the BRIGC, the Belt and Road Initiative Green Development Coalition, brought out this guidelines for greening the BRI and the baseline study. And it has 9 very clear recommendations and a traffic light system in order to make sure that developers and financial institutions address green. And this is kind of, in many ways, it should be the core of the thinking of financial institutions. So one important aspect is, and this is also now in the guidelines and the Chinese official guidelines, green overseas investment practices address all project phases. And this wasn't the case before. Kind of often we had a very small planning phase where we said, like, we want to be green. But green spans from the planning to the construction, to the operations, and to the decommissioning. And this is extremely important to reduce environmental risks and become more green. Have an exclusion list, have an environmental impact assessment, differentiate the conditions. And this is very important, number 4, to kind of provide cheaper financing for green projects like green energy and more expensive financing for brown projects. Now, this ideally, of course, allows us to expand, for example, green energy in Pakistan and others at lower cost. So this is also then part of Sinosure, the insurance company, to provide better conditions for green projects in order to really accelerate those. And the green investment principles also have similar ideas. The green investment principles is kind of a private organization, and the green development guidance is from a government-led organization. And in some ways, we want to align them. So last year, together with partners at GIP, the BRIGC, I developed this report, the Accelerating Green BRI Investments, to align GIP and the BRIGC. And what's important, kind of, and this is kind of something that I want you to also understand, China has a traffic light system with numerous projects that say this is green and this is not green. So a traffic light system really does this. We have a green project, we have red projects, and we have yellow projects. Don't do the red projects, do the green projects. China has published such a list. So we developed this together with the Chinese government and Chinese stakeholders. where we evaluate all types of projects. So the idea is really accelerate green, decelerate brown. And we can kind of the guidelines that we developed also allows to evaluate any type of project, even that is not on the list. So on the list, there are 38 of the most important projects, and particularly energy and transport, but there are many other projects that might be relevant. And so kind of the overall guidelines provide a specific processes how to evaluate projects, even if they're not part of the original traffic light taxonomy. So kind of in negotiations, it's important to understand there is a green list. Let's accelerate the use of green. This is a government-supported green list for the BRI. And I think I couldn't agree more with the previous speaker. Integrating local communities, kind of working with the local communities is extremely important. Not only kind of because it's the right thing to do, it's also from a financial perspective, it's extremely important. As a financial institution, it's what we want to do is to reduce risks. We want to reduce risks that anybody destroys our property, that anybody resists the development. So it's extremely important to include the local communities in the practices, in the development. That's why we do an environmental and social impact assessment. That it's not just a license from the government, but we actually do an environmental and social impact assessment on the ground in order to understand what are your potential grievances. And China has also worked on establishing a grievance mechanism that means kind of that local communities can address the financial institutions to say, like, here's a grievance, there's an agreement that we made and this is not held. And the grievance mechanism is a risk management mechanism. It's not something to complain, it's a risk management mechanism, because what we want to do is to reduce the risk early on. There is a risk. We don't want this to kind of boil up and become in the NGOs or in the media or even violent. So grievance mechanism is really to reduce risk early on to provide a buffer. So this is work that is also still ongoing. Differentiated management, I think here kind of I told you it's a core of the kind of green finance. How do we treat red, yellow, or green projects in terms of evaluation requirements at the beginning, in terms of environmental risk management requirements, in terms of financing requirements? So green, of course, always gets the best. That is the idea, and that's how we accelerate green. And of course, red gets the worst, very strict requirements in order to make it more difficult to implement red projects. Now, in the green development guidance for BRI projects, that's kind of the implementation guide, we also suggested a reduction plan for red projects and an acceleration plan for green projects. So that means that by 2030, for example, all of the projects should be in the green or yellow project list, and none of them, even in the portfolio, should be in the project in the red light zone, so to say. So really a reduction of the red projects, not only in terms of financing, but also in terms of what is actually in the portfolio. So reduce the existing red projects. So this is also part of the green development guidance that was published in the second phase. Now that could also mean, and that's I know that Pakistan has also been thinking about it together with the ADB and with the Asian Development Bank on the energy transition mechanism, on reducing coal-fired power plants, even existing ones. And I know it's an extremely complex, political, challenging topic, and there is no easy solution for this. But we have to understand that if we really want to address climate change, that we have to phase down emissions. So without phasing down emissions, we will not manage to kind of reduce the risk of climate change. So if we are serious about it, we have to also kind of reduce those installations, including coal-fired power plants, that provide too much of the CO2. So last year, together with our partners, we developed a coal phase out and coal retirement handbook. How do we finance this? And there is continuous work going on It's again a very, very challenging topic, but very interesting. We saw the first successful financing of coal retirement last year in the Philippines. There are more in the pipeline. And one of the reasons is, of course, that the cost of operating coal-fired power plants with the very high volatility of coal prices is just more expensive than an alternative green investment. And so it's often might be financially feasible to do it. It's just a question of where do we finance it and how do we face down in terms of energy planning, in terms of just transition, and of course, in terms of how do we finance it, what type of CapEx, capital expenditure do we need when, and how can we also pay out existing owners or phase them over to renewables. So there's a lot of different mechanisms depending who's the owner, what is the energy structure, and there's a lot of support that can be given through government channels. So in Pakistan also, what is kind of the barriers and the accelerators that we can use in the government, in the policy to accelerate early coal retirement. So there's a number of projects going on, and I'm also involved in some of them, including in Asia and also hopefully with the Pakistani partners.
Christoph,
And then,
yes,
I can finish if you want.
Is waiting, and if you want, I can give you some more time at the end of the session if you like.
That's perfectly fine. I'm mostly finished. Can also finish here because I think most of it is said. I think it's extremely important to understand that green is becoming more important, that Chinese government is kind of at least signaling a very strong willingness to engage in green, that it understands that risks are not, environmental risks and economic risks are real, but also that it's very important what the local communities do, and that how Pakistan, of course, can also support, for example, the early retirement of coal plants. What is their willingness? So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Mustafa, wonderful to see you, and of course, wonderful to see everybody else. Wishing you all the best and for the rest of this conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Christoph, for a great presentation. And for the record, for everyone, Christoph and I discussed the greening CPEC about a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago. And we said we must do something. And then Fudan University, Christoph, SDP, and PCI initiated this great initiative. So thank you, Christoph, for adding so much value to the discussion as always. And now I would like to initiate the plenary session, which is called Mobilizing Green Finance for Renewable Energy Projects under CPEC, Lessons from China. And I would like to invite the keynote speaker for this session, Dr. Zhao Baiga, who is the Vice Chair of the 12th National People's Congress Foreign Affairs Committee and Chair of the Research and Development International and very close partner of the Pakistan-China Institute. Over to you, Dr. Zhao.
Distinguished Mr. Mushahid Said and the dear guests, I'm glad to participate in this online exchange shortly after Spring Festival of China. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations on the success of this meeting, although we are gradually breaking away from the once-in-the-century pandemic, the opportunities and the challenges brought by the change using in the century is still complicated and intertwined. This meeting will discuss the ways to bring more prosperity and stability to the turbulent world. China and Pakistan are unique all-weather strategic cooperative partners. The Pakistan-China Institute, the organizer of this meeting, is an important platform for non-governmental exchange between China and Pakistan. It has become an active advocate of bilateral relations and an information pool for international studies, and plays an important role in many fields such as diplomacy, economy, trade, energy and environmental protection, and youth and women. It's my great honor to have been granted the Healer Iltiazi, the Pakistan Civil Award in 2020, and I'm willing to work with the Pakistan-China Institute to continue to gather wisdom and strength for promoting the sustainable economical and social development of the two countries. As the meeting first on the marching towards a green future experience from China, an epoch-making and the innovation theme, I would like to share our experience briefly in terms of the advocacy of the Chinese government and the practical of entrepreneurs and the role of the platform. Number one, the governmental determined the national strategy of the carbon peaking and the carbon neutrality for overall advancement. In September 2020, China clearly put forward the goal of achieving the carbon peaking in 2030 and the carbon neutrality in 2016. This means that China would realize a forced reduction of carbon emission with the highest intensity and the largest amplitude in the world, so as to achieve the consecutive leaps towards the carbon peaking and then carbon neutrality in the shortest time in the history. To this end, China has made scientific and orderly development. First of all, China officially released the working guidelines for carbon dioxide peaking and carbon neutrality in full and faithful implementation of the new development philosophy as a landmark strategic deployment. Secondly, the Administrative Department of China works on the key industry sectors, typically energy, industry, transport, housing, and the urban rural development, and the agriculture, and the provider preferential support regarding the finance, education, system, scientific and technical innovation, statistics, and ecological environmental protection we call 1+N green development policy. Then the local city in China also took the positive action in rapid sequence and issued many policy documents related to the carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. Most of these policies will combine with the local resource endowment of a region. For example, in terms of PV generation, large-scale ground power plants are mostly developed in the West Gobi Desert, in the northwest China, while distributed PV power plant are mainly deployed in the eastern China. The effectiveness of the policy and the initiatives is gradually emerging in the field of the construction, taking green buildings as the starting point. China has promoted the low carbon transformation in the construction process. Up to the first half of 2022, the proportion of the new green building in China exceed the 90%. In the field of transportation, intelligent transportation improved the driver efficiency and explosive growth was presented in the new energy vehicle industry. By the end of 2022, the new energy vehicle population in China reached to the 13.1 billion in the field of the community. The awareness of the green life has been highlighted or improved, and the waste material recycling system has been gradually established. In the first half of 2022, the value of China second-hand trading marketing exceeding the trillions. So the next parts, I want to talk about enterprises shoulder the social responsibility to accelerate the green transportation. Chinese enterprises do not take carbon peaking and carbon neutrality as a pressure, but also the opportunities. Please, not only the pressure, but also the opportunities, because this means the change of the industry. First, they seize the opportunity to develop the strategic energy industry to be in line with the goal of the carbon peaking and the carbon neutrality. The carbon emission per unit of GDP should be reduced. Therefore, it is bound for China to accelerate the development of the next generation strategic energy industry, such as the information technology, biotechnology, the new energy, new material, high-end equipment, new energy vehicles, green and environmental protection, the aerospace, and the marine equipment. They vigorously develop the clean energy, such as the wind energy, solar energy, biomass energy, ocean energy, and the geothermal energy. These emerging industries and the new energy will widely apply emerging technologies such as internet, big data, AI, and 5G. Enterprises developing such technology will become the new industry forces in future economical development. And secondly, Chinese enterprises have seized the opportunity, to carry out the green technology transformation by adopting the new technology, including the big data and the new communication model. Chinese enterprises have promoted the technology innovation and the digital transformation to improve the production efficiency and the competitiveness. Third, the Chinese enterprises have seized the opportunity to development. The carbon sink industry, Chinese enterprises were involved in the key ecological protection and restoration project. Grassland ecology protection and restoration, wetland protection, forestation, marine ecosystem protection, and restoration, etc. These efforts have led to larger forest area and greater carbon sequestration capacity of the ecological element, such as the mangroves and salt marshes, thus bring the new ecological benefits. I think the third point are quite important because I just want to talk a little bit about our organization, Research Development Institution, International Core, RDI. We're working very closely with PCI, which under the leadership of the Senator Mushahid. And for the past now nearly 8 years, we're doing a very good project, not only for Belt and Road Initiative, but especially for the integrated advanced technology resources to promote the sustainable development. Several things we are so interesting. I just want to mention here. And number one, I think PCI, this institute, bring a young generation, the leadership. So many smart people and good company have the training in Tsinghua University in the 4 years ago. And I think that workshop, Mustafa play an important role because bring such smart people come to China, let them understand about China, the technology, and also the situation in our country. So we set up some collaboration practically and theoretically. Number two, the PCI, I think are quite important. They introduce some very good project in China to Pakistan. If I'm correct, we try very hard working with the Luba economical zone, not only bring the very good technology in Pakistan, but the most important thing, make those kind of technology let the Pakistan group play a very important role. And also the very good telecommunication system, I think PCI playing a very important role. And now we're still working quite closely with PCI regarding to the biotech project and about the agriculture project. But day by day, year by year, I guess those kind of activity will accumulate and promote the important development in 2 countries. And here I just want to mention 2 very interesting programs. In the future, I do want those projects like Haier and the Luba economic zone, because you are so successfully bring this program and make it successful. These 2 projects supported by RDI, because our institute not only give the suggestion to the government regarding to the Belt and Road Initiative, regarding to the sustainable development, but also we have the very good system, find a very good company, find very good experiences, and also help them to recommend it to the government, to the other countries, including especially Pakistan. Mustafa mentioned many times to me whether those kind of new technology can more quickly come to Pakistan. Mustafa, I think, of course. And today I saw a very old friend, like the ambassador, the former ambassador of China, Masood. Ms. Masood, do you remember the Crimean conference, which is so fantastic? Because not the politicians get together, but the business people come together. I think in the future, we need more work, even face-to-face, because people need to talk, people need to open the heart, introduce themselves. People should know each other, because this is so important. I just want to give two important projects in the future. I really want those programs can work in Pakistan. One project called Tianzhuang, eco binning plastic technology. This is a very interesting. This Tianzhuang is an RDI platform enterprise with the harmless degradation technology of the plastic. You know, all the white plastic give us the good vegetable, but give the very bad material for the fish and for the sea. It's really horrible if you look at the situation. But the Tianzhuang is working with the promotion of the RDI, the ecological plastic film produced by Tianzhuang covered how much? 66,000 ha of the farmland in Anhui province for 4 years now. And this project will very soon implemented in the whole country, I guess, which will play a very important role in reducing the pollution, improving the soil, and increasing the crop yield. And now South Korea and the other country now, and the other Asian country want to working with us. I really think this is a very interesting project regarding to the plastic technology. So this is one thing I really want to speak out here. And in the future, we can working more closely together, especially for the big agriculture country in Pakistan, our brother. The second example I want to using as the how can I say, the Gordon Company Limited. This is a very interesting company, again, the RDI platform enterprises. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we have 450 enterprises like Tianzhuang and Golden Company. Those companies located in different fields. The buildings, the, how can I say, the information system, 5G, the data collection system, analysis, agriculture, etc. So many things. This company, they're using the technology such as like a beam, maybe people understand, and also SIM, building, and also city. The cloud computing, big data, lot T, mobile internet, and the AI to realize the digital online intelligent construction, construction involving the full process and all elements, which have gradually promoted energy conservation and efficiency improvement in the construction field. The very good thing is now this technology come to Italy and give the full training program in the University of Rome, which is fantastic. And of course, I think it's not near future, this technology will very soon implemented in China. I hope we can, or not we, go through the PCI system. I want that those kind of new technology, not only for the road, for the, for the truck, and for this new technology, I hope one day can come to our brother country, Pakistan. So, dear Mushashid and Mustafa, we have a lot of work and very interesting work we can do. The RDI platform technology owners, enterprises, and the experts are delighted to engage in international business through the intermedium of RDI, so that the technological achievement can benefit more countries and regions, especially for Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, the Belt and Road starting in 2014, for 2023, we may have very important events. I think we are not only talk about the achievement in the past 8 or nearly 10 years, but we have talked about the, how can I say, the progress of the future, especially when we face into the fourth industrial revolution. How can we help all the developing world, especially our brother country, Pakistan? We call maybe in the 2015, we are the Belt and Road 1.0. And in 2022, we will come like 2.5, maybe 3.0. Because Pakistan, you have a great people, so smart. You have a very strong young generation. You have a very responsible politician. You have a very good, how can I say, the international collaboration, especially you have the young generation of the leadership. So I feel very happy in the future working with you as our old friend and a dear friend. I sincerely wish all parties and join hands to march towards a green, environmentally friendly, and sustainable world. May you achieve the innovative interaction and the common development. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zhao Baiga, and we really look forward to taking forward the ideas which you proposed and continuing the cooperation that was initiated 8 years ago. And now that China has opened up, we can pick up the momentum again. Now I would like to invite Mr. Dong Shenliang, who is the Group Chief Corporate and Investment Banking, Deputy Chief Financial Officer of the China Three Gorges Corporation, to make his remarks.
I just have to go somewhere. Senator Samra Zubairi Sahaba will preside the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dear respected chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, I'm honored to come here, join this important meeting. First of all, I give the comments that this PDT report, not the academic report, all this working in the convolution. Okay, this my topic have the five topics. First of all, the CDG and the CCL. I'm from the CDG, meanwhile the CCL. First, I introduce the CCL and the CDG. As now, I think I remember the CDG is the world most big. It's the biggest clearest productions company in the world. He in Pakistan, he establish the CPEC and CPEC CDG focus on the hydropower development and operation, as well as on the development of new energy of wind and solar. Focus on the strategic goals of building world-class clean energy group. CDG group has been accelerating the pace of the growing global activities, participating in the construction of the Belt and Road Initiative. And here, this is the main consolidation commitment to construction and realizing the shared future for the whole mankind. In order to the development of most important market, the CPEC project and CPEC and Pakistan market, Chinese three gorges established the Chinese three gorges South share, means CCL in the 2011 with the support of capital financing. CCL has achieved hability and sustainable development of clean energy project in Southern Asia, especially in Pakistan. Now the two topics I briefly introduce the development of CCL in Pakistan. Pakistan is located along with the Belt and Road and is an important strategic investment market of the CDG and Pakistan have a large port cable, and there is a strong demand of the large scale infrastructure. In order to attract the private investment, the Pakistan government has provided the foreign company and the financing institute with investment and fishing framework for the port project. First, I only give the briefly introduce. First, is the PPA, is the guarantees for the purchaser demand for the electricity and the power generation right to obtain the stable cash in the future cash flow. The second is guarantee is the payment obligations of purchase, means CPPG, and the PPA are the guarantees by the government of Pakistan in the implementation of the IA. For the Chinese fund enterprise and finance institute, the difficult faced by Pakistan for the industry and both challenges and opportunity. This is my another opinions. During the 12 5-year plan, the CDG group conducted the planning research on the hydropower resource of the Pakistan in industrial basis and detailed research on the new energy such as solar and wind farm. Now the CCL in Pakistan development have the now the have the 6 project. Have the 3 project is the hydropower. The other 3 project is wind farm in Karachi. Now I give the briefly introduce of hydropower. One is I think the most of Pakistan peoples know the Karota project. His capacity is 321 megawatt. Meanwhile, the Kahala is under feedback study is 1,100 megawatt. And another project, hydro project Mar is 640 megawatt near the, I think near the Jalab River. now with the total installed capacity around 2,500 megawatt and the total investment of the over 6 billion USD. And the project community level is facilitated. Just now I have introduced the wind farmer and others, Kahala, Karota, and Mar project in the Chinese and Pakistan economic corridor. CPEC has successfully completed the project financing. This is the understanding the project finance character. The first of all, I give the questions. Is that the finance activity can out around a specific project, the project financing. In fact, project investment sponsor can obtain the project fund through the very combinations from the perspective of finance subject. It can be the project committee. That is the project committee is the borrower. He can be also be the project sponsor. That is the sponsor is the borrower. From the perspective of the finance collaborator, it can be the project owner assets and right and the equity, which is the common case where is the project company is a borrower. Now the understanding of the project finance character from the perspective of the finance participating, there can be only the borrower and the finance institution, which is common in the case where the sponsor is a borrower, or in the case where the project company is a borrower, there can be the finance institute, the government of country where the project is located, and its authorities agency and the Chinese export credit insurance center, and such as the commercial insurance company, project buildings, commercial bank, and operators such as. In addition, there is some other applications perspective where it's not related to us, but I will mention them here. In my opinion, our team opinions, finance around a specific project cannot be simply called project financing. It must include following characters. One is the borrower is only for the project. A special proposed committee established with the project, and the main body can well define the right and obligations of all the parties in terms of legal relationship with a clear right and responsibility and a clear risk division. The two is the collect returns. The collect rate is mainly assess a right and the interest of the project himself, not covered by the shareholder, which can be supplemented by the limited credit enhancement mission from the sponsor. 3. Debate repayment come from the cash flow generated by the project himself. The finance participating cannot be limited to borrow and the finance institute, but must include the government of the country where the project is located, insurance company, contracting parties. CCL has implemented the above finance model in different and communicated follows finance experience. One is bring in the top international capital to create a new pattern of the three gorgeous leadings and integrations participations in hydropole. CCL has introduced the Silk Route fund and the IFC under the World Bank as a strategic investment invest and quickly accumulate the experience in international business and corporate governance, capitals, operation, and environment protection, and sustainability development. To the transmission the traditional conception of the unlimited resource financing and improve the efficiency of the investor sponsor resource allocation. Three, flexibility in setting up the withdrawal conditions and matches and underlying key business documents. This is I give the recommends in the financing of the wind pro freeze 2 project in the Karachi, the wind farmer project. The sponsor invest the project company are the leading the bank cooperated in good fields in order to eliminate the risk of the recovery of pre-determined tariff. The lender bank flexible state the withdrawal conditions take into the account the interest of all the parties, include the sponsor, the lender bank, and the government. Fully flagging the basic principle of mutual benefit and win-win situation. I think the fourth topic is the importance of project finance for the OBOR project. Yes, the fundamental principle of the one world, one road have the extensive consolidation, joint contribution, and shared benefits, which is obtains a strong vitality and lead to the sensitivities and here's the development of the one road, one build, one road project. This is the government of the central government to promote it's one is the core business, two is the core construction. The three is the sharing. The four is the sensitivity. Project finance itself is a process of the core business, core construction, and shared, and it must be a process. It not only solve the problem of the funding, but more importantly, through the solutions of the funding, all the activities and the risk of the project construction and operations are reasonable planned, and many participate in other introduced to undertake the corresponding work and management the relative risk and with their profession's capacity to achieve the mutual benefit and win-win result in the end. I think this is today's my all the share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Insightful information. Now we would like to invite Mr. Farid Ahmed. Mr. Farid Ahmed is Group Chief Corporate and Investment Bank. Over to you, Mr. Farid, please.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible, and just wanted to thank you for giving me this opportunity today on behalf of Bank of Punjab to present our views on financing of renewable energy projects. I'm very sorry I couldn't be there in person because of a traveling conflict. But I'll try to present our views concisely and for the audience, and will be available for any question and answers as well. I would like to share some slides if you can give me sharing rights. So I have a short presentation that I would like to take you through, in which I will try to discuss some of the issues that are being faced in terms of project financing for renewable energy projects, our experience in financing renewable energy projects in Pakistan, and some of the key policy initiatives that have been lately taken, which provide opportunities for financial institutions, both Chinese banks, international financial institutions, as well as Pakistani banks to participate in this important cause. Okay, thank you. Screen, please. Okay. So Pakistan has immense renewable energy potential. We are bestowed with the to the deserts of province of Sindh, potential for solar energy. And it is estimated that the combined potential from all megawatt of renewable energy, including the solar corridor, the vast coastal belt that we have, and there has been a lot of policy initiative as well, and alternative energy development board was created to harness this potential to increase the share of renewable electricity generation. And the target was that it should be 30% by 2030 from 5% currently. So a significant jump in renewable energy share in overall electric production by the end of the year. The policy operative bidding structure to increase private participation, and it was envisaged that this structure will be more transparent and it also will help to reduce tariffs for end consumer. Unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, no project has yet been set up under this policy, although recently an RFP for a 600 megawatt solar power plant in Muzaffargarh has been approved. So we hope that this will be breaking grounds for renewable energy projects under this policy, and hopefully more projects will be coming up soon. But it's worth looking at that why, despite this potential and policy initiatives, the utilization of renewable energy resources remains very low, and why there is an apathy from the investors and the project financiers to get into renewable energy scene in Pakistan. So I'll just talk about a few issues and constraints that are affecting the renewable energy projects in Pakistan. The first one being that unfortunately the number of financial institutions with long-term financing that is required for such projects, very few institutions have that kind of capability. As a result of that, we are seeing a few institutions participating, which results in a high concentration of inputs. Most of these banks are large private sector banks and DFIs, and their lending books are already exposed to the energy sector to a large extent. Due to this concentration, the banks are finding it difficult to find short of capital. They are finding it very difficult to meet their day-to-day working capital needs. And this situation is discouraging new financiers for coming into the scene. The investors and the renewable energy sector was also a big beneficiary of concessionary financing limits that were provided by the Central Bank of Pakistan. As you might well be aware, that the renewable energy loans were given at a very attractive rate previously. However, since late last year, that limit has been abolished and no more concessionary funding is available for real estate projects. That funding had given a big impetus for RE projects in Pakistan, but unfortunately, with the reduction in that benefit, it's very difficult to find financing at commercial rates for these RE projects. Then the foreign currency crunch and restrictions on import of plant and machinery is also causing a major issue. A lot of projects are currently on hold because the plant and machinery, solar panels, turbines that are required for such projects, they have to be imported. And due to continued foreign exchange crunch, these imports are currently on the back burner. So it's very difficult to launch new projects and execute these financing at current point in time. And lastly, with the rise in interest rates and the overall inflationary impact in the last year or so, the cost of projects has gone up. The rupee devaluation has played a big role, and that has resulted in a lot of projects becoming non-feasible or commercially non-viable. So that has also hurt the project offtakes recently. And then we also had some policy-related issues where RE projects sometimes required, relocation of affected population. You need ownership rights, right of way, and those issues are also causing delays and problems in execution of the projects. So I've highlighted just a few, but hopefully that should give you a quick overview of the key challenges that are being faced by these projects in Pakistan. Coming to the financial sector specifically and banks particularly, what the banks and the financial institutions have been doing to overcome some of these issues and how ready we are. As I mentioned earlier, that this space is currently dominated by a few banks in Pakistan, and we need to have more and more banks coming into this fray. So currently we have maybe 8 to 10 banks with long-term funding available that are able to provide financing for these projects. And hopefully with the passage of time and with the availability of more concessionary financing, we might see more and more banks coming into play. Banks have also been trying to tap foreign sources of funding. Green Climate Fund is one such initiative that is available. Currently, only one bank in Pakistan is accredited with the Green Climate Fund. Now, this Green Climate Fund was formed under the Paris Accord and has substantial allocation for renewable energy for developing countries, including Pakistan. We need more financial institutions to partner with this fund and similar initiatives like that, so that this financing is available for local projects. So I'm just glad to share that 2 more banks are in the pipeline to get accredited, including the Bank of Punjab. So with availability of this funding, we hope that some of the foreign currency and concessionary financing issues might be sorted once we tap into these pockets. Now, central banks and DFIs have developed green banking policies at the instigation of the central bank. But the implementation and monitoring of these policies, I would say, remains to be desired. There is need to have a dedicated green banking office in true form and spirit, so that a lot of these financings that is available can be unlocked. The certifications that is required and the implementation requirements for these financing, that can only be possible when we have proper implementation of green banking policies. So right now we have crossed the first hurdle, that we have a policy in place, but the implementation part remains to be desired. Now, when we look at the kind of opportunities that are present in the market, as I had mentioned, Pakistan has immense potential. And we have a lot of global financial funds that are also looking at Pakistan for renewable energy. And we need to act as a bridge to link these projects to these financing vehicles in order to unlock this potential. Bank of Punjab has been partnering with the Green Climate Fund and some other initiatives globally, but there is a need to further tap these resources, and perhaps the central bank as well as the Pak China Institute type of intermediary bodies can also play a role in this area, because getting this foreign funding can resolve a lot of these issues in terms of kick-starting these projects, can circumventing the import restrictions that we are currently facing. On the local market side, the commercial banks should work on a new green financing products such as green bonds, which are globally now very successful. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, we haven't had any issues with that. But I do know that a couple of banks and financial institutions are currently working on these initiatives. And with the right kind of incentive and support from the regulators, this can open up a very big universe, a new universe of financing opportunities for Pakistan. And when we overlay this with a Sharia compliant structure, this will make our products even more attractive, both locally and internationally. So green bond is one area where the Pakistani banking system and other DFIs need to work seriously in order to harness these resources. Now, in terms of the policy initiatives and enablers that we continuously talk with the key stakeholders, but there is severe need for advocacy in these areas. I would like to just highlight a couple of them here. Firstly, the availability of wheeling and off-grid projects can be a huge booster. Now, currently, wheeling is very difficult to get approvals for wheeling projects, and the market for the free market for energy has not yet been developed. So wheeling guidelines, wheeling opportunities from NEPRA and other regulatory bodies will be a very welcome step, and that will help banks and investors to get into new projects without the risk of circular debt, because in wheeling you can sell directly to the final consumer. You can bypass discos and get direct access to cash flows. So that could be a huge development in the Pakistani financial sector and the energy sector if that were allowed and if that is successfully implemented. Secondly, the State Bank of Pakistan can also offer incentives. And these incentives do not have any cost. They do not have any rupee or dollar cost to it. Incentives like a lower risk weight on renewable energy exposures. So currently, when we take exposure to any renewable energy project, there is a charge on our capital that is levied by the central bank. If that charge is reduced as an incentive, that will allow us to finance more projects, and it will be a big incentive for the banks to finance renewable energy facilities. Similarly, carbon credits and RE credits, they are not very popular in Pakistan. Globally, it is a big industry. So it is suggested that SECP and PSX can probably work on renewable energy credits and create a market for it. This could have a huge impact on reducing the cost of funding, reducing the cost of products, and provide a major incentive for both financiers as well as entrepreneurs to get into this market. Lastly, there should be a body of financial incentives like tax credits for investment in renewable energy products. Traditionally, whenever you want to develop a new market, especially for a noble cause like renewable energy, there has to be some support from regulatory bodies and government in order to kickstart that process. So some sort of tax credit or lower tax impact on green bonds or renewable energy financing can help attract more investors and reduce the cost of these incentives. So these are some of the suggestions that we hope that through this platform, might be sent to the key stakeholders for promotion of renewable energy financing in Pakistan. Thank you so much for your time, and I remain available for any questions that you may have on this matter. Over to you, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Farid Khan sir from Bank of Punjab for tabling the financial aspects of renewable energy and what are the constraints and opportunities. Next, with the permission of Sessions Chair, I would like to invite Mr. Ayub Saab to present the technical aspects. Mr. Ayub is the former Deputy Managing Director of National Transmission and Dispatch Company of Pakistan. Over to you, Mr. Ayub Saab.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests and respected senators and all my respectable members, Assalamu alaikum. I am the ex-Deputy MD NTDC, National Transmission and Dispatch Company, and also remain as MD of the company for some time. You see that renewable energy is a big challenge for also the biggest company of Pakistan, that is National Transmission and Dispatch Company. We have a lot of CPEC projects in pipeline, and we have to adopt all these green energy policies on these projects. So first of all, what we have done that we have prepared an IGSF plan, integrated generation expansion plan for the next 10 years. And this has already approved by NEPRA. In this plan, when you will see that we have make a lot of energy mix shape change. And this is all the focus on the renewable energy. And on renewable energy, first of all, we were considering only this wind and solar, but afterward, the hydel project is also included as per internationally adopted policy. So now our renewable policy is from solar, wind, and hydels. So as per the government policy that we have to inject at least 30% of renewable energy in our system up to 2030. So by adopting this one, we have prepared our IGSF plan. And in IGSF plan, what we have done that we have reduced our RFO, the most costly fuel which we are using. From 2022, we are using it about 19%. And then in 2025, it will be reduced up to 7%. And up to 2030, we will almost try to not use this RFO in our system, and it will be not more than 2% of the system. Whereas we have already a shortage of hydel power plants, we have a shortage of waters. The shape is changing, so we have to focus on these projects also. And what we have done that at present, we are using our hydel projects generation is about 28%. And up to 2030, we will make it up to, inshallah, 39%. So this will be a great energy mix change in our generation, which will not only improve our green energy policy, but it will also give a zero carbon policy, which is which we are focusing on it. The solar, the big potential in Pakistan is a solar, and as per IGSF plan, it is almost about 1% at this time, and we are not going to increase it from up to 2025 8%, and then it will be up to 2030 it will be more than 13%. And as a pilot project, we have, as already my friend told, that in Muzaffargarh, one of the solar power plant, about 600 megawatt, is already under bidding process, and it will be going to be matured shortly. And then we have taken the land in Muzaffargarh so that we should plan and install at least about 3,000 megawatt of solar panels there. to put it in our green energy in our system. Whereas for wind, we have unfortunately very short corridor available in south area, in Jampir area. So where we have already have a 4% of plants, and we are going to increase it from 4 to 8%, and in 2025 up to 2030 it will be 8% in our system. And another aspect of carbon is the RNG plants. So the gas plants, we are also trying to reduce that gas plant. And at present, we are using it about 17%, and we are going to reduce it to 14% in 2025, and up to 2030, it will be remain at 6% of the system. So coming on the CPEC projects, you see that our Chinese friends, they are helping us a lot in this by giving a green energy into our system. And you see that we have already a very good project completed recently, that is 660 kV HVDC transmission line, where we will transferring our power from 4,000 megawatt from south to north. And by adopting this HVDC line, not only we have reduced our losses, which is about 2.8%, whereas if we use this energy to be transferred through our AC system, then our losses will be more than 7 to 8%. So this is also a good plan for our NTDC to reduce the losses and also to improve the green energy policy of the system. So a lot of projects are under construction now. That is Dasu, one of them is Dasu, Suki, Kanari, Krot is already completed, and Kohala. So all these projects, what we are doing, that we are making that in our all project, we should have a PC. And in PC, we are making that plan that all the area which is not utilized in the project, that should be cultivated through a green trees plants. So we are we have a very good plan for this one, that if we planted good trees in our system, that will also give us a very good environmental change in our system. So what's the solar energies? Now this is the big issues for our country, that if we are going to install these solar plants and solar panel in our system, that will give you reduce the tariff of our system. But the problem is that when all with these panels we are now getting from importing, and for importing we need the dollars, and dollars is very shortage, as you know, that this is the big issue for our country. So what I will request to Chinese, our friend, that they should install some factories here for local manufacturing by their license. And this will not only give a boost in our system to install these solar panels on top roof panel or solar utility panels, and that should be off-grid. If we will use this one as an off-grid, that will not only give a good solution for overcoming our demand, but also give you a cheaper energy of the system. Secondly, what I think that we should have, all the stakeholders should have a campaign through media or even from the education institutions, that this is a big challenge for us. We are getting energy in a very high rate because of our energy mix issues. So if we are going to install these solar panels in off-grid stations and using other resources in our system, which are very cheaper one, I have already published a paper which is already approved by a international Energy Science and Department, that why we are not using our sewage sludge. Sewage sludge is a very good source of energy, and from this we can make a electron exchange membrane fuel cell, which is like a hydrogen cell. And in the coming technology, like for the electrical vehicles, they can be used, and they can also use through a hydrogen turbine for the electricity of a small area, small and medium area. And other technologies are also that the coal ignification, underground coal ignifications with the combined solar concentrated technology. So these are the technologies which are using in the world, and those countries are using this one, which I don't think they have needed, but they are using. And our country, which is a dire need of this one, is not considering these technologies to be adopted to give a cheaper energy to our system. So I think we should arrange such type of seminar frequently, and then through media and other resources, even institutions, we should improve this one so that we can control our increasing tariff of the system. And I think this is a good step for the country, that we are now doing all these with our Chinese friends, which is an example for us that how they have adopting this zero carbon technology and using in their country. So following this one, we are on it, and inshallah NTDC is doing it in a very well manner. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ayub Sahab. You have mentioned alternatives in the form of sewage sludge and the underground coal combustion. And you have also mentioned that what are different macroeconomic hurdles and constraints in the process of Pakistan's renewable energy transition. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sajid Amin Javed. Dr. Sajid is the Deputy Executive Director at Sustainable Development Policy Institute. He is the macroeconomic specialist. Over to you, sir.
Short time for the session, but I find this is the most important actually. To say more. Stay on this financing landscape in Pakistan. We've seen in some of the representations that we are financing so far. Guys, I'm still doing what is some framework. Studies it must have been its own framework. Proceed from one's spend. The government of Pakistan is working separately from Mississippi, and SX is working from all the different scenarios. One thing that I think, if I can just in the next 5 minutes, that is that green financing still in Pakistan is a residual policy. It's not a mainstream financial or mainstream economic policy. First and foremost, at a strategic level, we have to make financing our own financial policy, our own economic policy, otherwise it will be a decision. Celebrating so the separation between environment and economic policy change. As a separate policy, as a sub-part of policies, and my own as a residual policy, need to go for this. I think we have to set the right. And we are speaking of green financing or green investments, we are more on the right side. But this climate change is a risk, to children, so please investment in the way. Investor needs equality in those things. And what is the risk? And what is the return? The return is higher than the risk. It will bring the investment. Right now, the new financing discussion in Pakistan particularly is more clustered around the climate change as an existential threat. It's a higher risk. So, statement of Pakistan, particularly as statement of Pakistan. Discussion on financing in Pakistan is really clustered on financing. Discussions on financing start on the government. Pakistan. Fiscal space. Now, this is one positive thing as well. But new energy is Pakistan's future.
Not environmental or energy policy. Because Pakistan's biggest shock will be global oil price shocks. Whenever there is a global oil price shock, Pakistan faces the most severe balance of payment crisis. So a transition towards green energy not only reduces the environmental hazards or the adversity, but more importantly, it creates more jobs. It reduces the $1 invested in green energy creates 8 jobs. compared to 1 jobs created when $1 is invested in the fossil fuels. The last message, we are not ready because we are not thinking from an economic perspective. We are thinking from a moral and from a very long futuristic perspective. We have to work on de-risking this discussion and participation of small investors. And that is where we are missing. I leave question answer session for you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sajid, for saying that green energy is the future of Pakistan and Pakistan's macroeconomic policy. Now I will open the house. If you have any questions for respected Senator Saiba or guests, please.
Yes.
Okay.
My name is Tawfiq, and actually the issues we are discussing here are very serious, but we have not implemented them. Just to let you know that in 1994, I brought the idea of solar energy from Germany to Pakistan. It took me 8 years to go to planning commission and then presented a CD how to make solar energy popular in Pakistan, how to do net metering, how to do incentives. Unfortunately, we have inconsistent policies. At that time, there was 10% duty on our solar panel. We made it 0%. And later on, with the changes of new government, new policies, we again put some GSTs and 17% GST and 10%. Thanks a lot. My question is why we are not able to set up factories with the Chinese friend in Pakistan since decades. We have Enercon here, we have the National Development Board. But despite a lot of meetings, believe me, nothing happened. The policy was actually made in 2002 for solar energy, and I was involved in that. And it took again 13 years. In 2015, actually the policy came out and we started giving incentives. My question is that why we have not produced any certified technician until now for solar energy? We don't have anyone, not a single certified technician. Why we have not used Chinese friends to train them? Why we have not put any factory until now? I know I think about 20 years ago, government of Pakistan put a factory in I-10. It never worked. All machinery was, I think, millions of dollars of work wasted. So instead of, I think, talking, we should implement the things. We should get Chinese friends on board. We have a Chinese friend sitting here. We should first of all make a constant policy. We should facilitate our Chinese friends. One window operation. I think Mr. Daud is also here. I know him since years. That they still have to go at least as far as 38 or 40 different institutes or government departments to get approval. So I think we should have one window operation for Chinese, ask them to put a factory in it, in Pakistan, in different places. And secondly, we should have technicians trained by Chinese or whoever can train it in Pakistan. And we should give incentive to the public to install the off-grid or on-grid system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very good question. Very good, not questions, suggestions, and we have noted it down. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. A very good presentation by the, I think the panel and our Chinese friend in China. We are all talking about the niche technology which is coming and how to absorb it and then sell and market it. There is one link which is very vital and missing. Where is academics? Where is the academia? One of my friends just mentioned that there is no trained technician to handle this technology. So when we are getting the technology, it has to be absorbed. Then it has to be marketed. Then it has to be sustained. How to sustain it? You need academia. You need people who can train them, who can understand them, and you have to identify those engineering institutions which can provide you that help. In all the discussion which we have taken or we have been hearing, is talking about the finances, is talking about the very high-end technology which is coming to Pakistan or should come to Pakistan and be manufactured in Pakistan. But the people who have to manufacture, are they capable to manufacture? Are they trained? Are they requisitely equipped academically or in the field? We need to see it in all encompassing manner in which we need to identify where the technology centers can be established, which can be linked with the Chinese partners there in China, where they have a platform available or to train the HR, to have a linkage with the academia, a place where they can interact with the local industry. So the technology centers, I represent Barrier University, we are establishing it in Karachi. And we have a presence in Islamabad. We need to engage those institutions which can be a linchpin between the Chinese, Pakistanis, and the industrial hub in Karachi or in Islam. This is just my observation which I am sharing.
Thank you very much. You have rightly pointed out, when I was doing the Prime Minister's solar program, visited China a number of times, and whenever you go for buying a product or talking to them, they, for technical questions, they would take us to a university where some expert is, they would help. So that is the right model, in fact, support model. Thank you.
I would like to add that next session is on the prospects of solar PVs manufacturing in Pakistan and the role of SEZs. So, sir, kindly stay for that session. Any other question, please?
The backer.
Thank you very much. I would like to say this, that ma'am, you told us about that. There are a lot of engineers and there are a lot of people, technical people who have been working in different departments in different institutions. And they are very capable of doing that. But, when you go to the top hierarchy, like grade 19, 20, 21, 22, they are normal bureaucrats and they are not specifically trained in that subject, in that relevant, discipline. So what I want to say is this, that whenever we talk about clean energy, we talk about lessons to be learned. We all know what to do. We all know what the challenges are. We have these think tanks, we have these institutions, we have the examples to be learned from, like China, like any other country. But when it comes to execution, we always fail in doing what should be done. So what my observation is, what my suggestion is this, that we have a lot of this bureaucratic setup that is so slow and that is so not only for its own self, but also for the state. It is so huge and it is so overbearing and it is so irrelevant and incompetent that it slows the whole system down. I mean, if a project has to be implemented, if a project has to be done in the right time for the future of the people or the country, it can be done because this is not something that is impossible. But the problem is that the people who are sitting there, they lack that will, maybe they lack that vision, maybe they lack that enthusiasm to carry out that project. So we need to work a lot, as honorable gentleman here said, that there are a lot of things that, at institutional level, we need to make a lot of changes to implement these changes or these projects for the future. So yeah, this is what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Let me correct my statement. I said that engineers are not available at the policy level for the engineering projects. Bureaucracy is doing a wonderful job. Only problem is that we have to give them a conducive environment. Multiple channels for decision making delay the project. It's not bureaucrat or technical people. It's basically multiple. Now, if you see any project, that is the problem. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I hope. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is Sameer Ali Khan. I'm a researcher at the Center for Aerospace and Security Studies. My question is related to adoption of nuclear energy. If the Chinese fellows could comment on this. Last year, the European Union added nuclear energy to the list of clean energy sources, promising incentives for financing. So Pakistan has an elaborate nuclear cooperation program with China. So do we see that future projects would be financed under similar incentivized programs?
We do have a couple of energy generation units also based on nuclear energy in Pakistan. Unfortunately, we were restricted for a long time, even though having the nuclear capability. Yes, it's a positive move that we are into. This is now added into the clean energy program, and hopefully we use it beyond the health use of it and in testing and all that. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Engineer Wasim Abbasi. My question to Dr. Sajjad. Dr. Sajjad talked about private-led green financing. So if we analyze the previous policies of the government, for example, 2013 to 18, where CPEC was on the top agenda of the government, at that time, the main financing which comes from China in the energy sector was in the thermal sector, coal technology. So it means our government policy was on the wrong side. They have never convinced Chinese to finance in green energy sector, solar energy, hydel sector, and wind energy. So do you not think that the main player who can direct the foreign investor in the right direction, they are confused. They have wrong policy direction. So how can private sector correct this course of action?
Exactly. This is what actually I said, that we need to be clear on our policy directions. But I think one thing that we need to understand is sometimes our ideal solutions, sometimes are feasible and doable solutions. Like if you see in the Ukraine war, the world is again reversing back to coal. So when I think we were discussing on CPEC and these things, we were going through a very immense and very deep-rooted 18 hours load shedding. So first and foremost, priority was just to get something in the lines, the wire lines to, but I think it takes after 2015, actually, when green energy is really picking, even if you see the China, 2013-14, it doesn't have much on green bonds. It was just a very nascent stage, but then it has exponentially growth. So I think this is the time now that we need to understand. And this also goes to the question of bureaucracy to some extent. Bureaucracies are implementers, actually. If you don't have a very clear policy direction guidelines and clarity on the vision where you have to go and how you have to go, it adds to confusions of bureaucracy, but no defense to bureaucracy. Thank you.
I'm from Ambassador magazine, Rajesh Tya. My name is Rajesh Tya. Is there any time frame for completion of these projects? All stakeholders should be ensured. This is very important issues.
On which projects, please?
Yes, definitely.
Is it-
All project has a time frame, but you say that in Pakistan, we have a certain issues. Sometimes we have a financial issue, sometimes we have a equipment issues, and so many other issues. And you see that all the discussion which we have done, what I think that the engineers should come forward. Engineers should have frequent interactions. And whenever there is some policy it is made, it should be frequently discussed. All the positive and negative points should be discussed, and then it should be decided to implement. What I have faced in a 37 years experience, that engineers should only ask to implement that policy. And when you are started to implement that one, you see a lot of problem on this one. And at that time, you cannot do anything. I will give you example of such a simple one, that when you have planned to have coal plants, why not the policy should be discussed that we have an ample quantity of coal available, indigenous coal in our country is available. So at that time, if they were decided that the plant should be designed in such a way that it should also be utilized for a local coal. Now, when we have ample coal available, we are asking them to utilize that one. They said that our design is not like this one, and your policy is not saying this one, that you can use that indigenous coal. So similarly, others are so many, what I say, policies in which engineers are completely ignored. You know that Pakistan Engineering Council has a record that engineers, only one engineer has been promoted in 22 grades till now. What's the policy we will do? Engineers are the cream of the nation. They are doing all these things, but they are not been implemented. They are not been involved in the policies. This is the actual problem, what I think so.
Thank you so much. What he's trying to say is that for engineering jobs, engineers should be there. For others. Okay, what about, you had raised the question of the nuclear and you said coal, why we went for coal, okay? In the energy pie, in most countries, coal takes 30 to 40% of the total. We started late, unfortunately. Third should have been there in 2002 for a negotiation. We lost, and we lost for a couple of cents while negotiating, and we delayed this project, and now we delayed it for another 15, 17 years, and now we have coal plants. So we have to go for our to use it, seeing how can we save our environment, how can we make the effect least dangerous, damaging on us, but we have to use it instead of going for fossil or imported coal. Thank you very much. I hope we have all the questions answered, so we can.
Thank you so much, everybody. I think lunch has been served. Let's take the Q&A session to lunch as well. So thank you so much.
Very good. I think very good.
बड़ी पढ़ी लिखी नहीं, हम तो के जमाने से मैं मुस्लिम था, हम देखते आ रहे हैं, तो पीपल्स पार्टी की वो गवर्नमेंट है नहीं, वो साइड भी है, ये साइड भी है,
अगर 2009 से आप कई सबके शेयर है कि we had decided that this is what we are ruled by markets. We didn't tell us the thing. अगर आप कुछ काम ना करेंगे, nobody asks. The moment you take an initiative, decision का क्या है? Then FIA, CIA, PIA, PIA, some.
चलिए आप करें, मैडम का नंबर भी दे
Nice seeing you. I was trying to see you 30 years back.
I was a lad.
And
नजम मुस्लिम नजम very time is that. और
because वो हम जब PIA करते थे तो नजम used to be coordinating and खराब से करते
डॉक्टर साहब कैसी, लेकिन 30 साल आप ये लेकिन तो मुझे याद है कि हमारे ऑफिस में फरतुल्लाह बाबा काले बाल और सुनने के
एक्चुअली स्टूडेंट पैनलिस्ट है ना, मतलब हमारा चाइना के स्टेट मीडिया, मैंने बॉस के पास एम्बेसी के लिए मुझे पूछ के गई कि कुछ चाइनीज कंपनी हैं अगर सोलर पैनल इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी है, तो आप कुछ बात वगैरह चलती है किसी से?
देखिए अभी तक तो ऐसा नहीं है,
आपने कोई कोटेशन होती है पाकिस्तानी गवर्नमेंट देती है, उसके बाद लोग इंटरेस्ट होते हैं?
अभी ऐसा देखिए
ठीक है, हमारी
आपके जोड़ी
बिल्कुल ऐसे ही
हमारे
नहीं, तो मतलब अभी कुछ चाइनीज कंपनीज के काम ज्यादा चाइना से ही हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, तो इस पे पूछना चाह रही थी स्टोरी करना चाहिए तो इसके साथ कोई अगर चल रहा है नहीं है ना, जी जी जी,
और हम आपको यहाँ पे सारी फैसिलिटी दे रहे हैं, आप शुरू करें और कुछ भी नहीं है ना। लेकिन मैं आपके जब बात करता हूँ, आप यहाँ पे पैनल शुरू हो जाए, आप हर बंदा कहेगा कि मैंने डिमांड तो है, बंदे बताएं कि पहले तो जितना थोड़े बताया 14 पैनल
अब वो पहले 24 लाख में चला फिर मैंने जो कहा हमने रिसर्च पेपर 2 महीने पब्लिश सिंपल है उसकी इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेके आए तो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का अप्रूव हुआ है
जी जी
और उसको टेक्निकली हम यहाँ पे करने के लिए तैयार हैं लेकिन कौन फाइनेंस करे कौन चीजों पे आए उससे भी लोग
सोलर एनर्जी पे कोई है पाकिस्तान का डिपार्टमेंट
करते हैं
कोई नहीं मतलब अगर आप कोई किसी कंसर्न पर
होना ही चाहिए वो कल का हमारा आपका आपको करना
कायदे आज़म को पता है वो भी कोई सबसे कोई नहीं कर रहा अभी सर क्लाउड भी अच्छा सबका नंबर आ गया मैं जब इस स्टोरी थोड़ा मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी
और एफएफसी बोर्ड मीटिंग होते थे कि हमसे भी $1 बिलियन ऑपरेशन नहीं था तो कितने धक्के खाने पड़ते थे फर्टिलाइजर हैड टू डू ऑल द तो फिर बात आप वो वाली बात क्या आप आराम से कहते कि देखिए ना इन सब के बावजूद स्टार्टेड 606 मेगावाट बिजली सिस्टम में आई गवर्नमेंट का एक करने का एक छोटा सा हमने जब ये इनिशिएटिव किया था आप उसको नहीं आए तो आपने जब ये शुरू किया आया वहाँ पे देखिए आप लोकेशन करेंगे प्रोजेक्ट इसलिए बिजली गैस पानी है नहीं उसके आप बना देते हैं पाइप डाल देते हैं और पेमेंट होता रहता है आप मुझे अगर कहते हैं सोलर एक और बापू ने मिलकर हम लोगों ने सोलर किया हमने कहा अच्छा पहले छोटे छोटे 40 वाट और 80 वाट वाले एक पंखा 2 लाइटें फिर हमने यूनिवर्सिटीज में लगाया यूटी लाहौर एनआईटी कराची रैपिड्स मॉस्क चर्चेस बड़ी पंजा साहब मंदिर है कराची में जो ऐसी जगह जहाँ लोग रोज आते हैं अब आप देखिए in countries like Germany, it has gone 700 times. और साल से हमारा भी शुरू में गया था लेकिन कई शहर ऐसे जहाँ एक भी लाइसेंस वो जो डिस्कोज हैं उनको भी प्राइवेटाइज करने का उधर भी कुछ और करना होगा जो बीच में रह गया
देखिए तब्दीलियात की बात जरूर करते हैं हमेशा विरोध भी करते हैं बोलते हैं बहुत
आप लोग जाइए भाई हेलो
हाँ लेकिन मैडम होता ये है कि वो so I think China and the You see that China is our friend, not all recently friend, but is a very old one. And most reliable friend of Pakistan, China friendship is always remembered. In all the events, in all the challenging issues in Pakistan have been resolved by China. And especially we see that in the energy sector when we are facing a lot of load management about 12 hours to 20 hours load sharing. The China is one who has come in this, and then they have a secret project, and then they have made a lot of investment on the secret project. And one of the beautiful projects which is Pakistan is the tidal transmission of 660 kV HVDC transmission line, which is now having a capacity of 4,000 megawatts, which is coming from south to north. So that is specifically on the festival and all that. And also China has a good technology available for wood plant. So they have installed this wood plant in our South area, and they are also susceptible to that. And not only this one, China is also giving us transport in nuclear technology also. They have also started two big power plants, K2 and K2, with a capacity of 1,200 megawatts. So with these capacities, with these projects, now we are able to control our load management. And we are looking at our ISF plan, where we will in July 30, we will be capacity of 40 megawatts system for the requirements of our energy demand. So coming to the energy problem, we have to learn a lot from the China. Still, we have no any organized who is looking over these things. So we have to organize the type of conferences, and then it should be even awareness to our institutions and education that how we can leverage this projects and reducing the carbon and giving a very good requirement for
लेकिन जो है ना फ्रैंकली उस चाइनीज सेंटर में कुछ भी तो आपके सामने तो ऐसे खेला कि मत जाना नॉट This session going to be presentation पर वीडियो करना तो पॉसिबल होता है कि उधर से नहीं नजर आता ये यहाँ पे सामने है देख लेते So they should आप स्टोरी में दो Sit there. I'll call you.
तो सर आपसे आपको चाइना के शेयर कम्युनिटी के जो है कॉन्सेप्ट उसके बारे में कुछ सवाल सर सवाल में आप सर सबसे पहले आप अपना नाम और डेजिग्नेशन बताएं।
My name is Dr. Hassan Daud. I am the associate professor at Bahria University and an advisor at SAPI. I am also the former project director of China-Pakistan Economic Corridor and also the former chief executive officer of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Board of Investment.
अच्छा सर, सबसे पहले ये बताइए सर कि जो का कॉन्सेप्ट है उस हवाले से आप क्या कहना चाहिए, आप क्या समझते हैं कि इसकी पूरी दुनिया में क्या सिद्धांत है?
आई थिंक ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ये एक दुनिया को एक विलेज ग्लोबल विलेज प्रमोट करता है। इसके अंदर ये है कि अगर एक मुल्क तरक्की करता है तो उसकी तरक्की से उसके हमसाया ममालिक और उससे आगे जितने भी ममालिक हैं और उसके जो दोस्त हैं उनकी तरक्की हो सके। और इसी कॉन्सेप्ट के अंदर उन्होंने बेल्ट एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव, ग्लोबल डेवलपमेंट इनिशिएटिव, ग्लोबल सिक्योरिटी इनिशिएटिव गवर्नमेंट ने लिया है। अब मैं बड़ा लकी था हमारे हो गई थी और उसके अंदर जिस तरह चाइना ने अपना विजन दिया है ऑफ बिकमिंग ग्लोबल लीडर इकोलॉजिकल डेवलपमेंट में, ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट में, ये आई थिंक दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ द शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी। और इससे ना सिर्फ चाइना को फायदा होता है ग्लोबल लीडर, लेकिन हम पाकिस्तान जो कि बहुत सारे मुल्क दोस्त हैं उसमें भी इसमें डेवलपमेंट
सर जैसा कि आपने खुद की प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए काम कमेटी इस हवाले से आप क्या समझते हैं कि अभी कुछ अरसे में पिछले अरसे में सीपेक की रफ्तार कैसी रही और मजीद इसके अंदर क्या गुंजाइश है, क्या काम हो सकते हैं?
आई थिंक सीपेक की जो रफ्तार है वो वैसे ही है जैसे लॉन्ग टर्म प्लान में होनी चाहिए। सीपेक के प्रोजेक्ट्स अपने एक मुकर्रर मुद्दत के मुताबिक एग्जीक्यूट हो रहे हैं। कुछ डिले हुए थे जिसमें कोविड का मेजर था, 2 साल आपको पता है कोविड की वजह से मूवमेंट नहीं थी, बहुत सारी रिस्ट्रिक्शन थी ट्रैवल में। अब वो रिस्ट्रिक्शन उठ गई हैं तो मैं ये भी देख रहा हूँ कि अगले 6 महीने में जैसे पाकिस्तान के अंदर रशिया कई और दूसरे स्पेशल रेडी हो जाएंगे उससे बहुत सारी इन्वेस्टमेंट रहेगी। क्या है गवादर के अंदर ये साल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, गवादर एयरपोर्ट और ईस्ट वे एक्सप्रेस वे हो गया, उसकी कनेक्टिविटी बूस्टर हाईवे चल गई। अब इसी साल उन्होंने गवादर प्रोजेक्ट अभी अनाउंस कर दिया है और इसमें भी तेजी से काम होगा। तो इंशाल्लाह मैं समझता हूँ कि ये साल और इससे आने वाला नेक्स्ट ईयर जो है वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, वेरी क्रूशियल, और इसमें जो हमने एग्रीड प्लान रखा हुआ उसके मुताबिक काम करेंगे।
सर आज के इवेंट के हवाले से बताइएगा कि ग्रीन डेवलपमेंट के ऊपर बात हो रही है तो इसके अंदर ग्रीन एनर्जी के जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं और जो यूनाइटेड नेशंस का भी इस पे बहुत दौर है तो वो किस हद तक इन्वॉल्व हो चुकी है?
आई थिंक ग्रीनिंग सीपैक एक नया कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है, ये एक ऐसा कॉन्सेप्ट है जिसके तहत सीपैक के जो अगर फर्स्ट MOU देखें तो उसके अंदर भी एक साइजेबल नंबर ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट जो थे वो ऑल्टरनेट एनर्जी के रखे गए थे, जिस तरह ठट्टा के अंदर सिंध के अंदर रिन्यूएबल के प्रोजेक्ट, विंड सोलर के प्रोजेक्ट रखे गए और उसी से फिर आगे होंगे और फिर हाइडल और बाकी प्रोजेक्ट। मेरे ख्याल में ये अभी जिस तरह आगे ग्लोबल डेवलपमेंट इनिशिएटिव आगे इंशाल्लाह आप देखेंगे कि और ग्रीन प्रोजेक्ट्स। थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
I would request the second panel to please come on the stage.
Let me just invite them. I think it's my greatest honor to be the moderator and the keynote speaker for this session. I hope more people will come and they will focus more on the discussion rather than the meeting that they're having. I would first like to invite my very old friend. Our friendship goes back to almost 10 years now. He's been a great supporter. He's worked actively on energy projects in Pakistan and in various projects, and now again they are back with vision on Azad Patan project. So I would now invite Mr. Wang Poikwa, the General Manager, Energy Channel. I would, and I'm glad that I'm moderating this event because all my friends are speaking here and people that I really admire in terms of their contribution. So next, I will again invite, and there's no particular order for my invitation, but I would invite a very senior colleague of mine and another energy expert who's actually contributed
in framing some of the policies under CPEC, and it's my greatest honor to invite Sir Zuberi to be here and be part of this discussion. Next is a gentleman who is renowned amongst the entire corporate sector. Is known well in all the enterprises that are working towards ESG. And if those of you who do not know ESG, it has a great role in terms of governance. Some say safety, some say security, and also the environment. And he's been the champion of ESG in Pakistan. And more importantly, again, my friend Mr. Sajid, please come over and enlighten us on the discussions that we will have. I am also honored to have one youngster. He's not so young, but he's been my greatest sport when I was in CPEC, and thereafter he's been championing the special technology parks in Pakistan. He's been very active, very vocal, and I think his point of view is very important, because we've been trying to attract some Chinese investment flow to Pakistan. So Hamza, please come over and join me, and also Mr. Usman Muhammad. He is the Chief Technology Officer of Long East Central Asia region. We will be very happy to hear from you. I would also now invite Mr. Mustafa Khan, the Chief Executive. No. So, and also Liaquat, he'll be joining shortly. So we shall begin with this session with me giving the keynote speech, and I'll give you some highlights on that, and I'll go to that rostrum. But for the following discussion, I would leave it to you, sir, whether you like to speak from here, and also whether you would like to go there. But I will take the podium. But Sajid raised a very important point, and I think for the management of this today's session, what he raised was, and this is how he works. He raised that this is a very gender biased panel, and we do not have representation. And I wish we had Senator Sahiba staying a bit longer, but I will go to the stage and speak about something. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Hangyomen, Nieman Hao. I'm extremely delighted that this session is about the practical manifestation of the discussion that we had earlier. We have been speaking about policies, we've been speaking about initiatives, and no initiative and no policy works unless there is a practical implementation of that. I would, before I go to the discussion and will highlight some of the important points, I think all of us need to understand where China is coming from in terms of its greening, BRI, in terms of its global development initiative, and also in terms of its global security initiative. And if you read all the three documents, I know we are not in habit of reading in details, but if you look at the underlying points of all the three initiatives that the Chinese are highlighting, the most important aspect that it is there is that they are linking environment with security. The problem with environment and climate change is that people do not realize its impact unless it hits their doorbell. They do not realize the impact unless something as devastating as our floods and as the earthquake in Turkey happens, and then people realize its impact, and then we have these seminars and events. But I think it's now about time that we have been discussing a lot. We have been speaking a lot, and as there's an old Chinese saying that when 3 people walk, one of them has to be your teacher. So I'm glad that few of my very esteemed seniors are here. We will have good discussion. I'm looking at a good question answer session, but I would request you that instead of giving your opinion, do ask the questions from the panelists. Do ask how to take forward the development in the technology sector, in the energy sector, and also about the prospect of solar PVs manufacturing in Pakistan. This is the most frequently asked question from me about development in China, and also when I was heading the Board of Investment. Besides the other frequently asked questions which all experts on CPEC in China are asked, and that is कि CPEC कैसा जा रहा है. This is the same. This is the most. The first is CPEC कैसा जा रहा है, तेज जा रहा है कि नहीं जा रहा, and the other is कि किस तरह investment flow हम कर सकते हैं. And I'm glad that Senator Sahiba is here, ma'am. We were missing the. It's a very gender biased panel, so we would request you to be here so that we have shades of color here. And also, ladies and gentlemen, आप लोगों के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, and I'll say this in Urdu because of the passion I have for CPEC. We were amongst all the countries in BRI, and in terms of our implementation of CPEC, we were the most responsible state. And sometimes we are overcritical on what we say about ourselves and how we are taking this. Why we were responsible? Because in all the energy projects that we implemented in CPEC, the wind and solar projects were the first to happen. The initial investment flow happened in Sindh and in a remote area where these energy projects were coming, and then the flow went to thermal, to coal-based, to hydel projects. And I'm so happy to what I heard from our colleague earlier on the energy basket. And again, please remember, any cent that you spend on bringing in new energy, new technology will have its reflection in future, will have its reflection on the security, because this is a reflection on the energy security of Pakistan. The more indigenous sources, the more indigenous resources that we use, the security of Pakistan will be more secure and stable. So I will end on this and would also suggest that all points here, and I would also request my colleagues from media to take some relevant positive points from here and do reflect them on our discussion and discourse that we have on CPEC. I'm also happy to see the news report today about China being again very kind and giving us a rollover of $700 million US, and I think that would help us plan better on the challenges, economic challenges we have. But economy, environment, security, they are same. Just the wording is different. The impact, the devastation, and the positivity that it can bring are all same. So we will have this discussion, and I hope that as a result of all this, we will have some investment coming from Chinese on our SEZs. Thank you. So, ma'am, with your permission, can I request my friend and colleague, Mr. Wang Kwikwa, to start the discussion and highlight. Okay. So we will first request Sir Zuberi, who is the special advisor for China Three Gorges South Asia Investment Limited, to give us his presentation and also tell us the challenges that you have seen. Thank you.
Let me first of all congratulate PCI and SDPI for arranging this important event and to discuss the need to basically for a green power, for a greener CPEC. Honorable Madam Senator, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor for me to be here and to give a presentation on the prospects of PV manufacturing in Pakistan under special economic zones of the CPEC, and what lessons we have learned from China. Now, I will be making a presentation which will cover, I will basically start from the renewable energy sources in Pakistan. I will particularly highlight the solar energy resources. I will talk about the benefits and the advantages of the solar energy. I will tell you the efforts which government of Pakistan has made to basically induct renewable energy projects in Pakistan, and particularly solar energy projects in Pakistan. I will touch upon the GOP policies to encourage solar power projects. I will be touching on IGSAP and GOP initiative on solar power projects. I will discuss the solar power technologies and its application. I will also throw some light on my special economic zones which has been established in Pakistan. I will talk about the opportunities to the manufacturers of the solar panels in special economic zones. Now, renewable energy resources are the resources which are replenishable. These are the resources which generate clean and green energy. God has blessed Pakistan with plenty of renewable energy resources. These are sunlight, water, wind, biomass, waves, tides, geothermal. Now, let me talk on the quantum. You know, wind power, estimated according to the estimates, the 346,000 megawatts of the power can be generated through wind power. For solar, around 2.9 million megawatts can be generated with this resource. Hydro, there is a resource of 60,000 megawatts. For biomass, there is a resource of 1,800 megawatts. For third coal, everybody knows this resource quantum is 175 billion tons, and about more than 100,000 megawatts of projects can be developed there. So it is a great blessing of mighty Allah that it has given tremendous indigenous resources to Pakistan. Now, sun, if you see that in 1 year, sun generates 23,000 terawatt, and in hydro, there is a big number. Again, all these numbers are quite big. For world total energy consumption, you see is only 2.6 tetrawatt. So whole world consumption can be made from the solar energy. This is the greatest blessing of Allah. And these are the resources also which I have shown. Now, the solar, there is a high importance of the renewable energy nowadays because number one, there is a desire to avoid irreversible climate change. Due to the advancement in the technology, the rates have been reduced, the cost has been reduced. There's increasing fuel prices around the world due to the Ukraine and Russian war. So it is good replacement of the oil-based projects, unreliable, non-renewable energy resources. You have seen how unreliable these fossil fuels are and what is the cost of fossil fuel at this point in time in international market. There is always support of the governments in developing the projects on renewable energy. Another advantage, benefit of the solar energy or renewable energy project, the gestation period is very small. A solar project can be developed in a period of 2 to 3 years, whereas hydro takes 7 to 10 years, thermal takes 3 to 5 years. The other thing is that it is environmental friendly renewable energy projects it relieves grid resources. There's energy security, rich off-grid extension. There's a tremendous amount of benefits. I'll not go into the details due to the limited time. Now, the advantages are renewable energy is basically environmental friendly, low greenhouse gases emission, less maintenance facility, stable energy prices, renewable energy resources, low cost operations. Renewable energy is a reliable source of energy now. So there's a continuous source of energy. Now, there are certain barriers for the accelerated development of solar power projects. What are these barriers? Number one, late start. No baseline data was available. Where the solar energy is in Pakistan about 5 years back, nobody knew. There is a perception that renewable energy is very expensive. lack of understanding, resistance to the change. Everybody is addicted to thermal projects and hydel projects. Nobody accepts these renewable energy projects. You see in public sector, even in Pakistan, there is not a single renewable energy project which has been developed. So far, this initiative has been taken only by private sector. Focus on grid power alone. There is a lot many other things. I will not talk about it because it is a long list. Now, reasons for the development of solar projects. There are many good reasons for the development of solar power projects. Main is that natural is blessed with the enormous renewable energy potential, which needs to be utilized, which needs to be harnessed to meet the energy needs of the country. Ongoing technology advancement of solar PV technology and declining in its price over the past decades. The prices are reducing due to the technology. Solar PV energy promises a higher proportion of the national energy supply mix. There is evident from the reduction in the tariff of the solar power projects in Pakistan. Solar PV energy generation is the last option which should be exercised. Now, ADB, with the support of the World Bank, has developed a solar energy map of Pakistan. This is a solar energy map. If you see the location of Pakistan is ideal. It is located 24 basically degrees and 37 degrees to the north of latitude and 67 degrees and 75 degrees to the east latitude, longitude. So it is ideal where the solar radiation is maximum. Solar radiation is, if you see in the map, there is a tremendous solar radiations in the south and southwest. Now, government of Pakistan has made tremendous efforts to encourage companies to develop solar power projects. First is that solar map has been produced, which identifies the location where the solar projects should be located. Government of Pakistan has announced various policies to encourage private sector to develop solar power projects. A dedicated institution, AEDB, has been created to basically provide one window facility to private sector for the development of the private power projects. And the standard security package has been developed, which includes implementation agreement, energy purchase agreement, and the land lease agreement. So the investors, lenders, sponsors, everybody know what is the risk matrix, to what extent they will have to bear the risk. And GOP has provided the guarantee default for the sale of the power to the for purchasing the renewable energy. These are the key policies which government of Pakistan has announced. First is the basically national energy electricity policy. It is an overall policy. It gives the framework for other policies. Then there are two renewable policies which have been announced in the country up till now. First is the renewable energy policy 2006, and then there is a policy of 2019. Now, this policy clearly delineates the incentive and concessions which have been provided. So every investor could look into it. For example, GOP provides protection against political force majeure, change in law, change in duties and taxes. There is absolutely no corporate income tax on the companies who are developing this solar power projects. Repatriation of equity along the dividends is freely allowed. Convertibility of Pakistan rupee and dollar is guaranteed. Mandatory purchase of the power, because here there is only one purchaser, which is CPPG. So government, it is mandatory for the power purchaser to purchase power from the company which is generating renewable. There is no other business in Pakistan where government has provided guarantee. Government has provided the guarantee for the payment obligations of the power purchaser and the provinces. All renewable energy projects has to follow all environmental guidelines of the government of Pakistan and the lenders. So although these are environmental friendly, but still they are required to follow these guidelines. This is a structured, as you know, this financing is based on non-recourse financing. A lot of legal agreements has to be entered into. This is IPP has to enter into an agreement with AEDB. Then the CPPA power purchase agreement has to be entered with the lenders, and agreement has to be entered with NEPRA. Tariff has to be determined by the NEPRA. So it is a very complex legal structure, and all these IPPs, I will say, the companies who are developing the projects on the solar-based projects has to follow this robust legal structure which has a good track record in Pakistan and those. Now let's see where we are on this on renewable energy. Why I'm focusing on the renewable energy because I am trying to establish the need of these solar panels. That is the main thing behind that. Now the projects which are in operation is 430 megawatts. Projects which are under construction is 250 megawatts. Projects which are being committed under IGSAP is 231 megawatts. Provinces are also be keen to develop projects, solar power projects, and many or nearly all the provinces has done a remarkable job. Government of Sindh is handling 24 projects with a capacity of 1250 megawatts. Punjab 11 projects with 9760 megawatts. KPK with 5 projects with 249 megawatts, and Balochistan they are handling 3 projects of 650 megawatts. Now, very recently you have seen and you have heard in the press that the NEPRA has approved the indicative generation capacity expansion program 2022-30. This expansion program has been approved by the regulator. It gives the basically least cost generation plan for Pakistan. The plan clearly highlights there will be a requirement of more than 30,000 megawatts by year 2031 on solar power projects. Similarly, government has announced a very new initiative for the development of fast-track solar power projects. The main objectives are security, affordability, environmental protection, sustainability, and foreign exchange saving on import of expensive fuel. Now, the government of Pakistan recent initiative related to solar power projects are based on the substitution of expensive fossil fuel-based projects with solar projects. You know, at the moment, around 50% of our generation is based on renewable energy, which include fossil fuel, which includes furnace oil, HSD, LNG, imported coal, and we have to bear a lot very foreign exchange on this. So, government has basically brought out a new policy that at least we can save the fuel cost from these projects. So, there is an incentive that these should be substituted with the solar power projects. Solar PV generation on 11 kV feeders. The distribution companies have been allowed to develop solar power projects on specific feeders. And there is solarization of the public buildings also. Now, solar power technologies. There are 3 key technologies of the solar power projects. First is photovoltaic. It directly converts light into electricity. Next is concentrating solar power. It uses heat from the sun to generate the generation, to heat the turbine, to provide heat to the turbines. Next is solar heating and cooling. We see the solar water heater in every home. There is a solar water heater. So PVC is the most commonly used technologies because of its power capability and efficiency. Solar panels have efficiency of nowadays more than 20%. Now, solar photovoltaic technologies can be deployed at various grid stations, at various off-grid, such as solar street lighting, solar water pumping, rural electrification, solar water heaters, and solar power vehicles. Now, these can also be applied in on-grid applications. The on-grid applications of the solar PV technologies are commercial power projects, net metering, solar thermal electric, captive power generation through solar, and commercial lighting. Now, special economic zones. As you know, the MOU was signed between government of China and government of Pakistan for the development of special economic zone under CPEC. These are 9 zones which are there under the CPEC. Now, if you see the location of these special economic zones are spread throughout the country. They are located in Punjab, AJK, GV, KPK, Sindh, and Balochistan. In every province, there is a special economic zone, and even in AJK and Gilgit-Baltistan. Now, these zones have been created through SEC, Special Economic Zone Act, which has been passed by the Parliament. BOI is the main lead role. BOI is playing lead role for the projects, SEZ projects in the CPEC. Now, special economic zones can be developed by the private sector, by public-private partnership, and by public sector also. Board of Investment is the focal point to handle these, and it provides one window facility to investors. Now, there are a number of incentives which have been developed by the government of Pakistan for the projects under this CPEC. And all investors can develop projects within the special economic zones, and investors can also develop special economic zones by themselves. So opportunities are there. Now, solar PV panels and allied equipment. This is the important topic. Now, government of Pakistan is encouraging basically manufacturing of the solar power plant panels and allied equipment also. Engineering Development Board has been entrusted the task to prepare solar PV panels and allied equipment. A workshop was held same in Serena, in which the contours of that policy was discussed thread and wave. Shortly, this policy will be announced by the government of Pakistan to encourage investors to manufacture solar panels and solar equipment within the country. Now, there are a number of companies which are operating in Pakistan. The companies are Rayon. These I have named all these 10 companies which are playing lead role in Pakistan, and nearly most of the companies are the Chinese companies. You see Sky Electric is there, you see Alpha Solar is there, you see ZI Solar is there. So there are a number of companies, and the equipment which these companies are using is mostly Chinese. Genco is Chinese, J Solar Panel is Chinese, Trina, Longmi, and all these equipment, all these companies which are developing small solar projects like net metering. This is also a small project, even of 10 kilowatt. And they are all using PV panel of Chinese make. If you see, China is the world's largest manufacturers of these solar panels, of the solar equipment. The main manufacturers of China are Chent Group, JA Solar, and these are all the main basically. If you see the graph, in the graph, red line indicates that China is moving very, very fast, very, very fast. It has left all countries in manufacturing. These are the major manufacturers: Chent, JA Solar, Genuine Energy, Suntech, Yangli, China Sun Energy. So these are, if you see, these are red line. How fast Chinese are moving in the manufacturing of the solar panels. This is a very important slide. It indicates that China has added around 53,000 megawatts in year 2021. And total generation on solar in China is 306,973 megawatts. So China is a world leader in solar power generation and manufacturing of solar panels. Hence, we should learn tremendous lessons from China. Now, this, if you see that solar panel mainly consists of, this is silicon. Other are just very small quantity. The main is that blue element. This is made of silicon. Main material which is required to manufacture solar panels is the silicon. And this raw material is abundantly available in Pakistan. So main material for manufacturing of solar panels is silicon, which is abundantly available in Pakistan. There are many lessons which we can learn from China. I have tried to table some of the lessons. First lesson is long-term planning. China's success in solar power generation and manufacturing is due to the long-term planning and investment in this industry. The China success story in the manufacturing of solar projects and solar panels is scale and efficiency. China has become a world leader in solar panel manufacturing by achieving economy of scales and improving efficiency of its production. Research and development, this is very, very important, which we in Pakistan are missing. China has invested heavily in research and development to improve the performance of these solar panels and reduce their cost. Collaboration and investment. China has collaborated between research institutions, universities, and private sector to promote solar industry. Policy support. China's success in solar power generation and manufacturing has been supported by range of policies, which is feed-in tariff, tax incentive, common procurement program, etc. Overall, China's experience in solar power generation and manufacturing highlights the long-term planning, investment in research, development, and collaboration, and the policy support in driving the growth of renewable energy industry. Now, I will try to conclude with some of these points. Pakistan has abundant solar energy. I've talked on it. Demand of solar projects is tremendous. Pakistan is a growing economy. Demand is there. Special economic zones have been established, providing lucrative incentives for the manufacturers of industries such as manufacturing of solar panels. Investment in manufacturing of solar presents an ideal opportunity for reduction in the carbon footprints and simultaneously generate steady revenues. China is the world leader in solar generation and manufacturing of the solar panels. Hence, we should learn lessons from Chinese experience. Special economic zones under CPEC is a lifetime opportunity for Pakistan and Chinese companies to work together for the development of the manufacturing industries in Pakistan. Thank you very much. If there are any questions,
we'll have the question answer session at the end. And as I promised, these set of experts that are here will give you the hands-on knowledge of what we have and what we need actually in terms of the policy articulation. I shall now be moving to, as I said earlier, my friend Mr. Wang. He has just joined Pakistan and he's now the GM of China Energy, and I think his company, along with Three Gorges and rest of the Chinese enterprises, are looking at a greener, as they say, greener posture and a greener redefining of our energy basket. So, Mr. Wang, Misho. Maybe I may even.
All distinguished guests, good afternoon. I'm Wang Huihua, the General Manager of Energy China Pakistan branch. I feel it's my great honor to attend such a great forum and humbled to share some of my little opinions. During the last visit of your Prime Minister of Pakistan to China in November 2022, Government of Pakistan and China have jointly agreed to launch green corridor in alignment with agriculture, food security, as well as low carbon and environment development of energy sector. For second phase of CPEC, there's no doubt that green industry development would be attached great importance in Sino-Pak cooperation. Pakistan is blessed with a huge renewable energy potential, which can be utilized for power generation and to meet energy needs of the country. Government of Pakistan has timely released several incentive policies and is determined to develop 10 gigawatt renewable energy in the coming years. Increased hike of all types of fossil fuel requirement for mitigating adverse effect of climate change and prospect of sustainable development make green energy the cheapest and the best solution for social and economic development of Pakistan. As one of the mainstays of in CPEC project, Energy China has already deeply rooted in Pakistan for more than 3 decades, and it's continues making its contribution to the infrastructures and the power development of Pakistan. Now we are doing Dasu, Moment, and Balakot hydropower project, and Nilumujang hydropower is completed, and we are invested 2 huge hydropower in Pakistan. The first one is Suki Canary, which is under construction, it will start COD next year. And the next one is Azatapata hydropower. Now is on the financial process. Energy China will also actively answer the call of green corridor immediately, adhering the exploring more possibilities to share ideas and provide support for development of green industry in Pakistan. During communication with local enterprises and factories, we found the majority manufacture components of the solar panel and the wind turbine are imported from abroad. So, which is it's a bottleneck for the upgrade of green industry, especially in current situation. Integration of green energy industries will play a vital role in breaking the bottlenecks. In this context, Energy China has tried to utilize its technical expertise, industry resource, and project development experience to work out a proposal regarding solar equipment manufacture and also plus 1.5 gigawatt solar plant investment in Pakistan, which will integrate industry manufacturing and renewable energy generation in one package and optimize the investment modality in a more efficient way. On one hand, Energy China will introduce Chinese solar PV assembly and invite manufacturer to set up the plant in Pakistan so as to support the localization of equipment manufacturers in Pakistan and also reduce solar EPC cost. On the other hand, Energy China will finance the solar generation project in a low financing cost with bankable condition provided by government of Pakistan, which in turn will consume the manufactured products from the localized factories and bring up it into large scale and finally a competitive company in the market, even an export company of solar equipment to surrounding countries. During the development process, it will definitely vitalize the economy of concerned areas and promote innovation and industry upgrading in solar energy in a long run. Definitely, the above proposal entails a lot of support from government of Pakistan, such as land taxation, favorable energy policies, etc. We are glad to have rounds of discussing with the BOI and the ministries. It is firmly believed that with the support and the guidance of relevant agencies, also the alignment I have got from this conference, the integration of green energy industries will finally take shape. At last, I'm proud to witness the joint cooperation and support between China and Pakistan. Looking ahead to the future, Energy China is always committed to strive for sustainable development, continue to integrate into the local economical cycle and fulfill the social responsibility, contributing to the realization of Green Corridor Initiative. Once again, thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Wang, I just would like to highlight one important thing, and that came to my mind when I was hearing my friend Mr. Wang Hui Hao. When we went to Expo Dubai and representing, I was lead as the CEO of the Board of Investment and lead in Dubai Expo. There were a lot of MOUs and a lot of commitment shown by our Western investors to invest in our special economic zone. So I was in charge of 2 Rashakai and Daraban special economic zone. And in both of those special economic zone, and now we're expanding that in KP. We were able to attract investment. The discussion is LOI has been signed, and a lot of support came from the KP government. And now we are moving. And KP is also the only province where we have the hydrogen project under discussion at a much larger details with the Kuwaiti fund. And why I'm referring to Kuwaiti fund, because my friend Sajid has just completed his report on sort of investment proposal for some of our, I think, Singaporean colleagues, and together we've been active. I remember when I was the head of CPAC, our first seminar, the first corporate seminar under CPAC, Sajid, as the president of ACCA, was able to host and help me bring in the corporate sector in our discussion. So Sajid, over to you. Please give your insight on how to bring in investment, and especially in the special economic zone that we so much, talk about.
Assalamu alaikum. It's green, it's afternoon, we have eaten. Assalamu alaikum. I think Daud Saab ne do teen cheezein shuru mein pick ki thi, and I'll start with that. Sustainability, ESG, climate change, that is something which is very close to our heart as ACC, and personally, for me, this is something, a subject I'm trying to progress, learn, and try to share a lot of stuff. So ESG stands for that. It's environment, social, and governance. And the social requires us to have a proper gender balance wherever we are going. That's not only the gender balance, but the inclusivity and equity there, which include the people with the disability, and make sure that we create equitable structures and environment where everybody can flourish. Second part, when we are talking about the green sustainability and all that, one of a dilemma which we see a lot in the room is the one-time use plastic. And that's one of a major element which is damaging the environment. If you look at that, the overall 9 billion ton which is produced so far, the 7 billion is still sitting in the waste. When we are talking green, we are talking about practically going back to fundamentals, circular economy. The nature has designed the entire earth and planet and universe based on a certain principles, which is circularity, how we can reduce the waste. And when we talk about solar, and Zubair Saab highlighted rightly, the capacity to generate energy which solar is providing, we are wasting it by not using it. I think that's the fundamental principle why we should be looking at those renewable sources, which the overall nature has already provided us and which we can benefit from. I think the biggest learning, if we pick up from, we work a lot with China as a ACC, and we do a lot of research as well. Even on sustainability and the energy side, you will find somewhere like 155 reports on ACCA website. And that start from a very much the investment product, the financial reporting, and going to the level where the smart cities frameworks are designed based on renewable energies. So this is the breadth and depth, the way ACCA brings some research or some activity to the table. Just going back to China, I think fundamentally what we need to learn from there. And that's not only for solar, I think it's come on all the areas which we start with. They work on the system. That's the first thing. It's not something which I'll do today and I'll not do tomorrow. They create a system and there's accountability for that. So if we are looking at any project and anything on a CPAC side, I think what we should expect to build the confidence of our partner is that we have a system and there is accountability to really run that system. And the second part, I think passion to improve that system on an everyday basis. So every day when you are working, how you can have more productivity on a day after, and how you can be more productive on a day after before. So that's the chain which create that system and then the improvement of that. If you look at the solar journey which China had, it's not without challenges. There were a lot of subsidies. There were a lot of issues on a land utilization. There were a lot of issue on a urbanization or moving away the local population. But that was a certain part of that. Whenever you go for the large solar farms, these are the things which are going to happen. But they had a policy, they have a plan, and today they are producing 84% of the global solar panel, although they need 36% in their own country, and the rest is being exported. So if we are looking at, and if we want to attract investment, we have to go back to fundamentals, how we can reduce waste, how we can generate system, how we can build confidence around the accountability, and that will bring that investment to the table or special economic zone, if we talk about it. So starting from there, and then we come to the solar panel, and Zubair have already talked about the abundance of silicon which is available, and then there's a process around it. And the R&D is another area which is important. If we are picking up a sector, or if we are picking up a certain segment, then we have to create those zones which provide the R&D there, the talent there, the machinery, equipment, and how quickly we can have that machinery and equipment manufactured locally. Because otherwise, with the solar panel, if we are still going with the grid level solution, we are not going to replace the fossil fuel import side of it. We are not substituting, because we are significantly importing the solar panel now. And then we will be importing O&M services from the original manufacturer later. So if we are going with that, so the concept comes back to the value chain. So it's not only the solar panel we should be looking at, we should be looking at the entire value chain to produce and deploy that. And do we have enough requirement domestic to really deploy that? Can we partner with China to become a partner within the value chain, which can help us to do the exports? Right? So they have got a trade relationship. China is working with US on the solar as well on our R&D side. So why can't we? So if we are looking at the solar panel, it's not only the solar panel manufacturing, it's the entire value chain. And that's where the real value exists. And that's where the financial products can support us at the same time. So if you look at from the learning side, I'll just summarize it. So it has to be a system-based, value chain driven. There has to be a certain accountability. The partnership and the cooperation which has taken China from the place where they were and where they are. So there's the international corporations and the partnership. It has to be based on a trade, not grant. There has to be a commercial viability of the project. It can't be based on aid. It should be based on trade, on its merit. So that's another learning from China. Aid doesn't work, trade does. And trade requires relationships. So I think these are the key areas which I would like to leave you with, and we are available for question if you really want to get into details and numbers and further data. So that is also available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sajid, and I think you've very nicely given the impact on the society as such, and also the social element. But more importantly, it's just highlighted the aspect of research and development and innovation. And I think I've been saying this to think tanks here, I've been saying it to universities, that the connectivity of policies and the seamless trade and the connectivity of ideas won't happen unless I think one of our colleagues also mentioned about connecting of research, technology, innovation, and universities and academia to academia linkages. But I think one person that I know and will be speaking now has led this very nicely in the Special Technology Zone Authority. He's been championing this. He's been speaking about at all forums. We've together attended several. And perhaps again, I would also make a mention here that perhaps KP was the first province to have its first technology zone. So I'm glad that I was instrumental in what Special Technology Zone Authority is working on. So Hamza, over to you, and please give us some of the challenges that you've seen. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Vatsab, for your kind words. And it feels like a homecoming because I've been the former head of operations for Pakistan China Institute. And it's good to speak what I used to organize for the institute. And I want to congratulate STPI and PCI on arranging this, because I think this is high time because of the macroeconomic situation of the country. These are the sort of conversations which transforms country's export strategy. Before I carry on the PV side, let me sort of introduce myself and the authority. My name is Hamza Saeed Orakzai. I'm the Director for Strategic Planning and Regulatory Affairs, and I represent Special Technology Zones Authority. And the key difference between Special Economic Zones, which is regulated by Board of Investment, is focused on large-scale manufacturing and mass production, and mainly revolves around third industrial revolution technologies. While STZA focuses on the fourth industrial revolution technologies, and the core difference is based on factor of production. जब हम special economic zones देखते हैं, large scale manufacturing देखते हैं, so factor of production is normally factory, semi-skilled labor, raw materials, and there's this economic output that could be a PV or a bottle. But when it comes to fourth industrial revolution technologies, you need skilled labor, internet, high-speed internet, you need computing power, cloud services, and the economic output could either be physical or a cyber physical or a completely digital solution. And the factor of production works in a way कि एक बच्चा चिच्चावत्ती में बैठ के he can make $1 million code. You never know. So the policy, we became the act, the ordinance was introduced in 2020 December, and we became an act on 6th October 2021. So we are 14 months old institution, and in past 14 months we have notified 7 technology zones, 2 in KP as well when Hassan Saab was heading KPBOI, 2 in Islamabad and 2 in Punjab. We are rolling out another 15 inshallah in 2023. 3 of them are operational, 2 of them are in universities. एक जो है हरिपुर में है, which is operational. In Islamabad, next to Saudi Park Tower, you see a State Life Tower, which is now a technology tower, and it's been completely filled by around 9 different technology companies. Huawei is also one of the zone enterprises. And apart from this, I also head the China desk for the authority. And for the first time in Pakistan, Alhamdulillah, 2 months ago, we established 10,000 square feet China-Pakistan Science and Technology Cooperation Center within a Chinese technology zone called Z Park, which has around 28,000 technology companies. उनका data मैं देख रहा था, every day 29 new technology companies are born there. And one of the idea was, so let me sort of talk about challenges in terms of regulatory framework. Pakistan does not have law problems. They have more implementation problems. We have great policies, we have great long-term visions, and we have great systems as well. However, paper पे तो बड़ा आराम से लगता है कि मीटर लग जाएगा 15 दिन के अंदर electricity का. But once you start experiencing it, I was sitting and overhearing a conversation. कि जी मीटर पे 6 महीने लग जाते हैं, and then you need some sort of lubricant, speed, money as well to get things implemented. So we have these very great visions, we have this great implementation plan, but how do we change our mindset? I think, and I want to focus on that because my colleagues Zubairi Saab and Sajid Saab has covered almost, and Bhatt Saab has covered most of the points. So I want to talk about mindset. Pakistan really needs to think, how do we move from red tape to red carpet? Because we go to these international multilateral institutions asking for $300–500 million and take phenomenal radical steps. But we abuse investors, the same investor who are willing to invest $300 million and probably will result in billions of dollars of exports over a decade. So how do we transform from that? So in terms of in our legislation, for the first time, we have created these special laws which overrides other laws, and we are trying to create business cases. And the vision is to think of a businessman, for instance, a Chinese investor wanting to invest in Pakistan. How does he know every policy sitting in Beijing? Why does he have to come here, spend around 6 months, spend $3,000, $5,000, $20,000, hire a consultant who will complicate even the simplified form because he wants a long consulting agreement for that investor. So we have to understand these conflicts and human experiences. So at the authority, what we're doing is we're trying to create use cases. So for instance, if you were to set up a PV manufacturing facility, अब मैं अगर आपको बड़े honestly बताना start करूँ तो we did a use case, 6 use cases for instance vaccine production, and we figured out 18 जगहों पे physical NIC की copy submit करनी है या passport की copy submit करनी है. Why can't we submit it to one place and then all the data is shared? That's where our own Pakistan technology single window comes in, and BOI has done a lot of work. Pakistan Regulatory Modernization Initiative. I think KPBOI has also played a very important role, and CPEC has been I think a good project in terms of understanding कि इतने ज़्यादा interest के बाद भी, and with $62 billion committed, we were only able to materialize $29 billion. Because in our constitution, बड़ी सारी जगहों पर तो पता नहीं चलता कि province का है या federal का है. So how do we, अगर वो province चाहता है तो फिर federal में lift नहीं मिलती. So these are the sort, and these are serious concerns. The second is actually in the power sector, बिल्कुल ठीक है, I support IPPs as well, but I think we need to learn a few things from our neighboring country as well, and also understand that if we were to give market access of 20,000 megawatts in next 7 to 8 years, what sort of transfer of technology is taking place? And I mean, I can keep on with a lot of controversial statements, but I'll try to, because I'm a public servant, so I'll try to refrain. But we have to make sure that if we give market access, then there must be some sort of transfer of technology. Otherwise, we'll remain reliant on importing and renewing our same renewable facilities that we have. The third is public-private partnership. Abhi to provinces mein we have public-private partnership. Here we have a public-private partnership authority. But if you truly study normally these project materializes in 2 years, 3 years. Now investors don't have that time, and I think the government enterprises and agencies need to think that time is money, right? And we take investors for granted because we think too highly of our country. Probably we have great potential, but the sort of cost that investors incur in terms of materializing project here is phenomenal, and that's why we have very low investment materialization rate. Because if you look at the newspapers and the sort of MOUs that we sign, probably if I can do a rough research and tell you $150 billion MOUs in past 5 years, but how much of them have been materialized? So we have to come out of this network approach, who knows who, and create a very standardized security and public-private partnership packages with rule engines. So for instance, just at top of my head, if I were to say कि $5 million है तो ये requirements है, 5 से 10 है तो ये requirements, I don't have to go to a one window that opens to 20 other windows. So that is एक जो हमारा ease of doing business वाला concept है, वो है. At Special Technology Zones Authority, and this is my last wo, what we have done is we have tried sustainable infrastructure and renewable energy. जितनी भी हमारे special technology zones की development है, उसमें extra points हैं, so that we are able to promote and program sustainability, environment, and renewable technology within our infrastructure development. This is it from my side. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hamza. Since you are a government public servant, so I have 2 of my eminent colleagues who are not. So I think, and they've actually invested in Pakistan and are doing great work. So I would first request Mustafa Bhai, the Chief Executive Officer of Freon Energy, is doing great work on the renewable side, and he'll speak some of the challenges, the opportunities, and I think we've had a good series of points coming, and we should be able to give our input to the government also.
Thank you, Ji. Bit under the weather. I will not take too much of your time. I think a lot of points have been covered by everybody. I'll just start with responding to some of the comments made by Sajid and Hamza. I think starting with Sajid's point on, demand, is that a question? I personally feel it's not a question. In our country and in most developing countries, economics drives demand. Whereas you've had this spectrum of subsidies available in Western economies. And this is how new technologies like renewables have been introduced. In Pakistan, there's no need of subsidies because economics suggests that for technologies like solar and wind are the cheapest sources at any scale, at large scale, on distributed level. Last year, despite the fact that we had trade restrictions for the majority of the year, we could only trade for 5 months because of the country's situation. We imported 2.4 gigawatts of solar panels. And this was at least 70% more than for whole of 2021. And this has been the phenomenon, over the last 10 years that every year our demand for this technology is doubled, primarily driven by economics. So I don't think demand is a question. The question is of commercial viability. At what price point can we produce it? Is it the right thing to produce in Pakistan based on our core strengths and what we have available as raw material and capability in the country? I think that's a fundamental question, number one. Number two, I would agree with Hamza that a lot of it is down to how business friendly an environment we create in the country. And I can tell you right now, the environment is absolutely the opposite. Where some of the biggest investors over the last 20, 30 years are not even investing money in this country. So how can you expect foreign investors to come in and invest money in an environment where you don't know night from day, how policies will change between today and tomorrow? So I think these are like, pipe dreams, to be perfectly honest. I'll be very controversial today. And I think we have to take account of reality. Where do we stand as a nation? And then think about, is this the right thing for us? And now let me go back to my introduction. So I am Chief Executive of Rion Energy. Rion Energy has been the largest implementer of solar power in the country. We've done close to 300 megawatts of projects. And historically, we haven't done a single megawatt with the government. This is all private sector, because we believe that if you think about the energy system of Pakistan, which is at the heart of the economic problem we have, because of the SOE losses, circular debt, which is a large symptom of the losses we have in the system from distribution, transmission, then we have to think about how do we solve our energy crisis. I think fundamentally, number one objective any country should have in today's world is self-reliance, indigenization. We have to think about how do we become self-reliant in energy? What are the sources available to us locally, from fuel to equipment? You have to think about how do we indigenize our energy sources. That's number one. Number two, we have to think about what are the fundamental problems within our energy system. I think we can't shy away from this fact. And I feel the fundamental problem is the single buyer, single seller market. The fact that the government has regulation everywhere. The government has input into everything from distribution, sells most of the power. Government buys most of the power. Still, I see government tenders for the next 10,000 megawatt, where the government again wants to procure large amounts of power, where we know they've bought this power at a very expensive rate. No matter what you buy solar, you buy, conventional power. We know government is not the most efficient buyer of power. So I think we have to let this wholesale market model flourish in Pakistan, like all the countries. The bottleneck in the energy system is distribution. As long as you have this dilapidated distribution, you have this incapacity in distribution system to even do basic net metering. Again, solar is a pipe dream. We cannot integrate 10,000 megawatts of solar power in this country, full stop, safely without bringing the grid down. This is something I've said to the government. Now, moving on from being morose and talking about what's wrong with the country, what shall we do going forward? I think it's very important. And, being somebody who's been associated with this industry, let me just give you a flavor of, the value chain within solar. And I would say that solar is part of the solution. It's not the only solution. You have to think about other renewable technologies. You have to think about how we will balance power when you have so much intermittent power coming to the national grid and on distributed scale. You'll need reserve, you'll need storage, which I feel is even more important than solar. But let's talk about solar. So if you think about the solar value, starts with polysilicon, where you take silica quartz and you apply high amounts of heat between 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. You heat it to that level to refine it. It requires high amount of energy. And we've already discussed that China has concentration of manufacturing across all ends of the value chain. I can tell you the two Chinese companies dominate this end of the value chain. They probably account for 80% plus of the global demand in polysilicon. And if you evaluate who makes the money in this whole value chain, they're generating super abnormal returns. Why do they do that? Because the Chinese government has designed the system in a way that, large amounts of value is retained in that part of the value chain. Then it goes to wafer development, cell manufacturing, module manufacturing, and probably what we are best at doing is to package it and then sell it, distribute it. That's the best we can do because we don't have access to technology. That technology is not available to us. That technology is only available to the highest bidder, people with money. Saudi Arabia is investing tens of billions of dollars into PV manufacturing. We can't compete with that. Secondly, we can't spend a lot of money on R&D. One company which is present here spends $400 million on R&D annually. That's not the amount of money we can afford. The third argument I will make is the fact that if we are to assemble even panels here, we will need high amounts of subsidy. Otherwise, we will not be able to compete on the cost point at which China is manufacturing. And just to give you the scale of the manufacturing in China, you already know that 2021, they added 53 gigawatts. 2023, 4 of the largest Chinese companies will add 100 gigawatts between them. And last year, the whole world's demand was 300 gigawatts. So they have that capability of adding 1/3 of the global output in 1 year. No country or geography in the world has that capability. They don't even come close. In Europe, it takes 4 years between licenses, environmental permissions and everything to set up one plant, if you're lucky. It takes longer in other geographies. Over here, we can't even get our trade. So my 2 cents on what should be our strategy. Our strategy should be based on what our strengths are and what can be easily indigenized. We have to think holistically as a country, what are those industries we should promote which will require the least amount of subsidy in Pakistan? And is that solar PV one of those industries? I don't have the answer. I'm not an economist, but I think we are in the middle of a dollar crisis. We have limited resources. We can only afford limited amount of subsidy, if at all. We know that India back in 91 took a decision to remove all subsidies, remove all protection, and that was the right decision, where the country started playing to its strengths, finally. So what are those industries we should promote in Pakistan that are to our best advantage, that play to our strength? Is PV one of them? I don't know. There's a huge demand like all other countries, but that evaluation has to be done. And I think Hamza made another point, and I think it's Sajid who made that point. We have to evaluate the whole value chain. So we know that in Pakistan, a lot of industries were set up on some sort of a deletion program, that eventually we'll be making car engines. Eventually we'll be making 100% of those products here in Pakistan. We haven't even reached 30%, 30, 40 years later. And now those industries have become a big part of our deficit problem economically. So unless we are confident as a country that we can go across the value chain and indigenize the whole value chain, probably we should not embark on, ambitious plans to develop those industries, is my 2 cents. So just because it's good for China, I would argue it's not necessarily good for Pakistan. And based on what I'm saying, I don't even think China is the right model to follow because they have a completely different political system. They have unity of command. They can plan and implement things quicker than anybody else in the world. We can't do that. Technology moves much, much faster than that. So probably the right examples for us to follow are India, Turkey, and let's look at India, what they've done. They started by encouraging PV manufacturing. They came up with a policy where all government projects, it was mandated that they use local panels. You were offered a higher tariff on projects if you manufactured the panels locally. This is how the industry started. They started with minimal custom duty. Today, they stand at 40% custom duty on PV panel import. Similarly, if you look at Turkey, today it stands at 27% custom duty. That's a high level of subsidy that these countries are offering against this industry. Again, in an environment where subsidies are limited, are we willing to put that amount of resource into PV manufacturing? And then are we willing to sustain it going forward. Now, let me just give you one example. When the industry started, I've been associated with the industry for the last 8 years. We were importing everything. We were probably importing 100% of, services and products. Today, we stand at 30% indigenization because we've had this, sustained demand growth in the country and somewhat sustained policy around zero custom duty on panels. Are we able to sustain policies over that period for the next 10 years? If the answer is yes, we can indigenize. We can go further. Probably we can go 60%, 70%. So the number one requirement is long-term sustainable policies, but that's after we answer the first fundamental question: is this the right industry to promote in Pakistan? And if the answer is yes, I would like to think yes, because I belong to the industry. I have an exclusive agreement with one of the largest manufacturers to manufacture panels here. But what we need to do as a nation, take stock of where we are. We are stuck. We are stuck because of the bad decisions we took around car manufacturing and supporting many other industries. And we are, bailing them out, paying them billions and billions of dollars through subsidies. We don't want to be stuck with the same problem unless we think it's in the long-term strategic interest and we are willing to stay the course and sustain those policies over a long period. Governments come and go, we'll have to support this industry. Otherwise, we'll be stuck again in 5 years as the demand picks up for this. Secondly, I feel that, as Hamza put it, you need business-friendly environment. I was in a city called Hangzhou, and in Hangzhou, I saw large battery manufacturing. And I asked one of the owners of the plant, I said, how did China get to this point? And he quoted one example. He said, in the 90s, we had this great opening up. And what you need to do if you had an entrepreneurial idea, you'll go to your mayor of the city. That mayor of the city will allocate you land. Next day, you'll walk into a bank, a state-owned bank. You'll use that as collateral, and you'll have an industry. You'll have all the resources you need to set up an industry. Today, do we have the policies that cater to that sort of an entrepreneurial spirit in the country? I think we have to think about that. So yes, absolutely business-friendly environment, supporting entrepreneurs to come into this area and incentivizing them. And as I said, I think finally we have to look after our national interests. We have to make sure that it is in the long-term interest of the country. We have to ensure that there is technology transfer. As I said today, we don't have access to that technology because a lot of competing rich geographies, are going after that technology. We'll have to compete for it. And then we'll need to negotiate well. We'll need to absolutely negotiate better as a country. And we know we did a poor job in the past of negotiating on technology transfer. So I think this is a responsibility on the policymakers, on the government. The private sector is willing to play its role as long as it's involved in the policy making. Provided those three conditions are met, we can make anything a success in this country. I think we have the capability. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I was in China just recently and I was called as a BRI expert. So there, President Xi made a speech at the plenary session, and he said that you do not fit in others' shoes. So perhaps that was what exactly you were referring to, and we should look at our indigenous resources and our perhaps indigenous experts who are sitting on the table, and perhaps do long-term planning, because if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. I would now request my friend and colleague again from the technology sector, Mr. Usman Muhammad. He's the Chief Technology Officer, Longi Central Asian Region. And again, sir, just tell us the challenges.
Assalamu alaikum. Just to introduce myself, I am Usman Muhammad Maud, and I belong to Longi Solar Company. Longi, for the past 3 years running, is the world's largest manufacturer and #1 solar company in the world. So currently, Longi has a market share of the production capacity of around 18% of the entire world. And similarly, we are a vertically integrated company. So all the supply chain that you see in a solar panel manufacturing, we have invested in all of it. primarily Longi was set up as a wafer manufacturer, and currently we hold around 40% market share in the world for wafer of monocrystalline solar technology. So coming from a solar panel manufacturer and working in Pakistan for that company, I also see some challenges, and of course we have also worked with a lot of our partners to work out a solution to produce solar panels in Pakistan. So just to start that, Pakistan is actually, we deem that Pakistan is roughly around 2000 megawatt per annum market. So if you want to manufacture solar panel, so that is the market share that you have, the market size that you have. And of this 2000 megawatt, we see that the market is divided into 3 different types of modules. So one is the top quality A-grade modules. Then we have small modules that are primarily used by remote locations. For example, there will be a village probably in KP or Balochistan where there is no grid electricity, and they can't afford the larger 500, 600 watt solar panel, which each solar panel costs around 50,000-60,000 rupees. So they target the smaller solar panels. And then there is a market share that Mushtaba is also tapping, for example, that is the C&I and residential sector. That is the main chunk that I think any manufacturer would like to tap into. And that is the major market that we have. And lastly, we have IPPs. Unfortunately, for the past 3 years, I don't think that we had a lot of solar IPPs in Pakistan. So for now, let's count that as a 0% market share. So of the 2000 megawatts, roughly around 1200 megawatt to 1500 megawatt is consumed in the C&I and residential sector, which buys the high capacity 500 watt plus solar panels, which are of the latest technology. The remote locations that we have, the off-grid locations, they use an older technology and they have the smaller solar panels. So what I think any manufacturer coming into Pakistan would definitely target the C&I and residential sector. Even if like the government has announced around 10,000 megawatts of solar panels in IPP mode, I don't think any manufacturer would be able to set up a plant and actually deliver solar panels for those projects, because even if you only talk about installing a module assemblies plant, that too requires around 2 years to just set up and start running. So if you are targeting IPPs in the next 2 years, that facility won't even be ready to start manufacturing solar panels. So that would be out of the question. So if I move on to solar panel manufacturing and what the numbers look like if you actually want to invest into it. There are 4 major sectors that have been previously mentioned when you look at the complete supply chain of solar panel manufacturing. The first is the polysilicon extraction refinement. Then there is the ingots and wafer section. Then there is the cell manufacturing. And lastly, there is the module assembly and manufacturing. So module assembly and manufacturing is the least capex intensive project that you can install. And globally, if you look at the numbers, they actually quote the factory numbers in gigawatts. So the minimum size they recommend that you install is a 1000 megawatt solar panel manufacturing facility per annum. So then the production capacity would be 1000 megawatts. So if we look at that number, the cheapest that you can go with the latest technology is like $20 million for a 1000 megawatt production capacity. And this is just assembly of solar panels. You're buying everything from China and you're just assembling it here in Pakistan. If we go further up into the supply chain, there is cell manufacturing. And a cell manufacturing facility takes around 3 to 4 years to make. And if you want to install a cell manufacturing facility that has a 1000 megawatt production capacity, that is around $40 to $60 million. And it will take around 3 to 4 years to make. Moving up to the supply chain, there is ingots and wafer. That is around $70 to $100 million investment for a facility that can produce 1000 megawatts per annum. But if we set up a facility that is producing 1,000 megawatts per annum, that won't be achieving economies of scale, because once you achieve, you get to the point of ingots and wafer manufacturing, the minimum size currently being installed by our company and our competitors is close to 5,000 megawatts. So that is the basket size that we say that it will start becoming competitive for you. And we normally install around 20,000, 30,000 megawatt facilities. And if we go to the source like silicon extracting and refinement, that again is a $70 to $150 million investment, and that takes around 6 to 8 years to set up this facility. And again, this also requires that the production facility should at least be 10,000 to 30,000 megawatt facility rather than 1,000 megawatt capacity. So the numbers I've quoted are for 1,000 megawatt production capacity facilities. It is also important to note that polysilicon refinement and wafer manufacturing is a very, very energy intensive project. And like in Pakistan, I think we have the highest cost of energy in the entire world. So I was reading a report that if you want to set up a manufacturing facility that is competitive in the international market, China is very cheap in the international market. I mean, competing with India, Turkey, Europe, then you need the energy cost to be at max to be 9 cents per watt. We are currently standing at 20 to 22 cents. So I don't think that would actually make sense to any investor to come into Pakistan, set up an energy intensive project, and the Pakistan having the highest cost of energy that you can find in the world. So that would be a very, very difficult challenge to overcome. Secondly, there is, if we only talk about setting up an assembly plant of solar panels, the second challenge comes from the supply chain, because you will be importing glass, you will be importing aluminum, you will be importing back sheets, cells, wafers, everything from China. So that becomes a supply chain nightmare. Because at the moment, what we're doing is we're just taking solar panels, putting them into boxes and sending to Pakistan. If you set up an assembly facility, you're sending wafers from a separate company, you're sending aluminum from a separate company, glass from another company, and you have to manage the entire supply chain. And secondly, because for example, Longi has a current manufacturing capacity of 85,000 megawatts. When we go and negotiate the raw material prices, what we get, the pricing we get will not be available to any manufacturer that has set up a 1,000 megawatt facility. So that is something I learned from Mustafa, that it will cause a margin stacking issue. So your glass manufacturer would be charging a much higher cost than he's charging Longi. Your aluminium supplier would be charging a much higher cost than which he's charging Longi, and so on and so forth. So overall, the material cost that eventually the Pakistani company will get is much higher than what the existing Chinese manufacturers are getting. Moving on, if I give you just an example of other than China, China controls around 90% of the manufacturing. Other than China, there is India, which there is a lot of consensus that if somebody is going to replace China, that is going to be India. And then there is Europe and there is US that manufactures solar panels. So if you look at the price of the solar panels from each of these regions, so China, if you take China as the base case, India is 10% higher than China. They have put in tariffs on solar cell import. If you want to import solar cells, there are tariffs. If you want to import wafers, there are tariffs. So they have put in custom duties to make sure that the Indian manufacturers survive. If you look at Europe and US, they are producing solar panels that are roughly 30% higher in cost than China. And again, some of the European countries, they have mandated that any solar panel made in China cannot be imported into their country. Similarly, US has also imposed such policies. So, for example, Longi, we hold a very good market share in Europe and US. we had to set up a new manufacturing facility in Malaysia and Vietnam just to cater to those markets. We never considered Pakistan to be the potential countries where we could set up our factory because of the high energy cost, political instability, and economic instability. So we don't want to invest into a country where even we are unsure how it will pan out. So if we look at the entire PV manufacturing industry, it is also facing some issues. For example, the polysilicon extraction and refinement process that I talked about, that is the major bottleneck for every company that is manufacturing solar panels. For example, Longi can manufacture 150,000 megawatts of solar wafers in any given year. But the problem is we can only sell close to 100 to 105,000 megawatts just because of unavailability of the raw material. So there are bottlenecks in the existing supply chain as well. So if you are just adding your manufacturing facility on the existing bottlenecks, I think that the investment company would face a lot of challenges that they'll have to overcome. One more point that when you invest into Pakistan, the financing cost available within Pakistan is very high. So if you are securing a loan that is giving you, I think, interest rate at like KIBOR is close to 17–18%. And in the international market, if you secure a loan financing, you're getting it close to 3, 4, 5%. So this adds to your capex and of course the operating cost and subsequently the cost of your manufactured product. So the working that Longi has done, and we are also working with a lot of local partners to, try to make sure that we can make this the dream of making solar panels in Pakistan a reality. We think that Pakistan needs to impose an import duty of close to 30 to 40% just to make sure that the investor breaks even. So we have to make sure the investor is making money just to entice him to invest into Pakistan. So on that note, I think I'll conclude. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Usman. I think as the former CEO of KP's Special Economic Zone Authority, I think the discussion that we have, I think we should take, and I would request Mustafa is here and some of our colleagues from SGPI are here. I would request that we should take it to perhaps to the provincial level also. Let's invite more private investors, because ease of doing business, we worked, I am guilty of some of the actions or inactions that were taken, not untaken or not taken. And also I think the point of circular economy and how is it reflective on us is perhaps important. And therefore that reminds me of a Chinese old proverb, and it goes that, in order to attract the phoenix, you have to build the nest first. So I think we are in the process of building that nest, and by one step each time we will go forward. I would now request the audience to please ask questions. When you ask, please ask a question rather than a statement, and also I would request to introduce yourself when you're asking.
My name is Numan Bashir and I am from STPI. Sir, I want to have a better understanding about how SEZs can play their part in making it easy or for inducing ease of business in terms of manufacturing of PVs.
I think I'll answer briefly, and then I will request Hamza perhaps on the technology zone side. For us, and we should again learn from the Chinese experience. And till now, we've not been able to understand the implementation mechanism of special economic zone. I think that these special economic zones are supposed to be the center of excellence. And they should have this ease of doing business mechanism, which should be facilitating the investors. Besides the policies that the government gives, the 10 years tax holiday and the import duty exemption and some of the other utilities that are provided by the federal government and provincial government. I think the most important aspect that the special economic zones and the special technology zone should work on is the one window. अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं खुद इस पे काम कर चुका हूँ, वन विंडो हमारी हर एक वन विंडो के अंदर कम से कम 8 या 9 विंडोज होती हैं. सो आई थिंक हम जब वन विंडो की बात करें तो आई थिंक and I was a diplomat in Vietnam for 3 years. What I learned in Vietnam in terms of ease of doing business was exemplary. वो जिस तरह की ease हम expect करते हैं और हमें जिस तरह deliver करना चाहिए और जिसके बारे में हम बात करते हैं, I think और कुछ नहीं तो लाओस, कंबोडिया, वियतनाम, you mentioned India, perhaps Bangladesh, Indonesia. ये हमारे दोस्त हैं और हमें सिखाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं. बस ये है कि हमें अब सीखना है इस पे. I think I perhaps would say कि हम उस तरह वन विंडो नहीं कर सके. I would expect Hamza to say a few words on the technologies on.
जी, इसके अंदर no offense to my special economic zones colleagues, but while we were drafting our act, so we sort of did a whole analysis on what not to do. What has been done in SEZs. तो उसके अंदर एक तो ये कि decision making concentration जो है वो हम एक फोरम पे लाए हैं. So for instance, special economic zones बनाने में you have to go to provincial level, then federal level, then जो board of approval है वो prime minister है, 4 chief ministers होते हैं, 4 chief secretary, वो quorum ही नहीं पूरा होता. So it takes around 2.5 years to get the special economic zone notified. In special technology zone, what we have done is we have made it very simple. You put in an application to a single approvals committee, and it's a yes or no within 3 months. And that's how we've been able in past 14 months notify 7 special economic zones. Or 2023, inshallah, we are looking at another 15. Second is the Pakistan single window for technology. So BOI and at provincial level, बड़ा अच्छा काम हुआ है. But what we have done is पाकिस्तान के अंदर एक मसला है. वो ये कि everybody does good work, but in silos. So you never really know what work has been done at federal and provincial level. So the first job that we did was create use cases and did business process reengineering. For instance, उनका ID card and the information auto loads with all those. Similar has been taken with FPR. Pakistan single window has actually institutions. So वो सारा कुछ हमारा एक one window, however कुछ बिल्कुल manual है. मोफा जो है वो manual है. Work visas अभी तक manual है. जहां तक business case के बारे में बात आ जाती है, we are more focusing on research and development side. Because one of the things that Pakistan has is cheap STEM labor. Because culturally we have done 2 things. एक तो हर साल 40 लाख बच्चा 18 साल का हो रहा है. उसमें 4 लाख बच्चे जो हैं वो तो यूनिवर्सिटी जा रहे हैं, 3.6 billion नहीं जा रहे. How can we vocationally train them? How can we transform them into a billable labor, whether that be semi-skilled or skilled? Second is हमने अभी semiconductors पे बहुत ज्यादा काम किया है और उसमें हमने ये वो किया कि capex heavy चीजें तो हम नहीं कर सकते. But what we can do is we can build their capacity on very specific things. For instance, semiconductor chip design. तो वहां पे हम चाइनीज से हेल्प ले रहे हैं. पीवी में भी आई वुड से दैट वी नीड टू स्टडी द होल वैल्यू चेन. यहाँ पे सिटी और लॉन्गी ने काफी अच्छी बातें की हैं. सो वी रियली नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि वैल्यू चेन में हमारे पास एज कहाँ पे है, एंड देन इंट्रोड्यूस R&D and skilled labor in terms of adding value. So technology zones incentives are there. However, it really depends on the business case. पाकिस्तान को हम jointly promote करना चाहिए, चाहे वो SEZs हो, चाहे वो STZs हो, BOI and then alternate development board, and we need to have more collective approach in terms of how do we enable that transfer of technology. Thank you.
Thank you. And एक और important aspect that one should remember is that if you have 50 acre and more land, you can set up your own private sector led SCZ. And in KP, we were able to attract Fatma, Sapphire, and now one more. So I think similarly in the model of High Ruba, they've been a great success story, not just in Pakistan, but I think amongst BRI country, High Ruba is done exceptionally well. So we have good case studies and perhaps we can learn from them, and we are in the process of evolution. SCZs हमारे लिए हम बातें तो बड़ी करते थे, but perhaps 2016, post 2016, we were able to understand कि actually इसका meaning क्या है. Any other question? So since there is no question, I'll be selfish in asking one question from you, sir. अब अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं, both of you, yeah, sure, ma'am. But I'll just be selfish and you can direct this answer to me. for taking few notes back home. I mean, in your expectation from the private sector, how do you think that the SCGs should be should function in order to attract investment from the private sector, both from the Chinese side and also Pakistani side? Abdul, can give your maybe 2 cents on this.
So regarding SEZs, I think one of the challenges that I mentioned was the cost of energy. So मेरे ख्याल से SEZs में आप एक specific ये चीज भी ऐड कर सकते हैं. For example, KP has a lot of hydel energy, and hydel is historically proven to be a very cheap cost of energy. तो अगर आप उसको leverage करें और कहें कि जी इस SEZ के लिए ये power plants हैं और सिर्फ यही इसको provide करेंगे, because देखें आपकी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कंपनीज और आपकी पूरी ट्रांसमिशन नेटवर्क बहुत फ्रेल है. तो इफ यू हैव थर कोल माइन इन थर और आपकी एक SEZ आपने बनाई हुई है केपी में, तो आप बेसिकली वो सारी एनर्जी यहाँ पे ट्रांसमिट करें और एक दफा ग्रिड का फॉल्ट आता है जो कि साल में 2 दफा तो आ ही जाता है, जिसमें पूरा पाकिस्तान ब्लैकआउट हो जाता है. तो आप अगर SEZ के साथ उसकी अपनी जनरेशन करके उसको एक आइसोलेटेड कर दें, क्योंकि देखें अगर आपने प्रमोट करना है एनी इंडस्ट्री, उसको कॉस्ट ऑफ एनर्जी कम चाहिए. टेक्सटाइल को भी यही प्रॉब्लम है, अगर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं पैनल की उसमें भी यही प्रॉब्लम है. तो आप SEZ के साथ सोलर लगाएं, आप उसके साथ हाइडल लगाएं, अगर आपकी कोस्टल बेल्ट पे तो आप विंड लगाएं और उसको ग्रिड से आइसोलेट कर दें और वहाँ की एक सेपरेट आप एक वर्चुअल नेटवर्क वहाँ बना के उसको इस्तेमाल करते हुए अपनी कॉस्ट ऑफ एनर्जी कम करें, क्योंकि ये आपकी प्राइमरी इनपुट है हर इंडस्ट्री की.
I think it's a good idea. I think wheeling is a very good concept. हमने इसको ट्राई किया है केपी के अंदर in one of the special economic zone, लेकिन अभी पंजाब में from one of the cities उन्होंने उसके अगेंस्ट रेड कर दिया. So
Actually, it's not operational. There is actually some of it.
Sir.
जी वैसा बिल्कुल सही उस्मान ने कहा कि आपको you have to reduce the cost of input. Firstly, I think you have to be business friendly. You have to make the whole process much easier. To be perfectly honest, I think we have to start having honest conversation in this country. The whole process of allocation, licenses is, favored in, is in favor of people who already have industries, who have resources, who have access. I think unless you break that system, the elite capture will continue with SEZs. They will not be the best entrepreneurs in this industry or for any industry. So I think it has to be accessible for all. It has to be, made available on a quality basis, not to the most influential businessmen in the country, for them to get their tariffs, to get their subsidies, take the best land allocation. That's number one. I think number two is not just the cost of energy. Cost of energy, yes, can be reduced by letting SEZs bring in their own energy, because we know if we do it on distributed basis using renewable energy, we can cut the cost of energy right down. I think that is certainly possible, but of course, energy has to be thought about. Secondly, of course, you have to think about cost of transport. You have to think about availability of skilled labor. Which zones or regions in Pakistan lend themselves to this industry well. So you have to locate them in those special zones. Special economic zone has to be in a special zone where you have good availability of energy resource, you have good skilled labor availability, you have good access to transportation. There will continue to be huge dependency on raw material import. It has to be near a port city. Unfortunately, all of those lead towards one city in Pakistan. So, if we have to expand our options, then we'll have to build those facilities in other locations, maybe make Gawada, fall going forward for us to have options. But for now, if I was looking at setting up PV facility, for example, I would only look at Karachi, because that's where majority of demand is, that's where skilled labor is, that's where you have availability of energy, irradiation. I can get my cost of energy right down. So yeah, those are the things.
Brilliant. Sajid, you wanted to say something, and then Zubair sir, and then Senator sir.
I think again, we are talking about PV as an example, but we have to go to the fundamental. I'll again challenge everybody to go back to fundamental. The day and age we are living, the economics and social development and political development, that maturity has to come together. The accountability system, like he mentioned, that you can go to a mayor, ask for a land, and go to a bank and pledge it and get it, the funding for the industry. It's happened because mayor was accountable for that well. He has to act, right? Otherwise, he will not get elected next time.
They were competing.
They were competing. The mayors were competing with each other. So we have to, and if you look the entire model, even the solar model, if you look at that, when it started early 2000, it was the local community and the governments who started with that, and they were defined as a zone, and they were the pilot, and they were the learnings, and those learnings were like incorporated in the national level, right? So we have to go back that where the accountability is. Do we know any case where somebody within the bureaucrat or within the political government was fired because there was a project which was not done and there was a businessman who backed out from the project? Is there any accountability? If I'm bringing an investor, where that accountability lies? So that economic, social, and political convergence is important if you want to go to the zone, and goes back to the fundamental concept. The zones were designed for the accountability, that everything happened there. The talent comes there, the technology comes there, the energy comes there. So that's one zone which work on a certain segment and excel it. So I'll go back to the fundamental. Unless until we solve the fundamentals, everything will remain. We will be talking about challenges because we are trying to solve something which has got a different problem.
So you're creating problems for me to go back to my colleagues in bureaucracy. So, and also,
There's a solution now.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But I think,
Local government.
Sajid from ESG to ESP. Yeah, so, Zubair sir.
Thank you. Now, every businessman, for every business, an investor has to visit a lot many government entities to get the work done. And government entities are always in slow motion. They have absolutely no hurry to take a decision. And time is the important. Time is money. The other thing is that there's a highest level of incompetency in the government departments. So that is really very, very troublesome. For any investors, that is the basic reason that investment is not coming forward.
So I think I would now request our Senator Saiba to not listen to the competency part, but to.
They're just not working right.
First of all, it was a very learning session for me. And this solar and renewable has been very close to my heart. And it's a solution for Pakistan. If the kind of financial crunch we are in today would have not been there, where small steps were taken in 2008, 2009, it's 23 now, and they're still discussing what you said, challenges.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to mention here two things. One was mentioned about car, how we have failed the whole system. We have cheaper solutions available, but we don't like cheaper solutions. We like the most complicated and most expensive solution. For instance, we can have induction motors can be manufactured here, simple technology. And we are still buying something like $4 billion every year for transmission and for engines for all the car industry. And I was also told that a third party small units are made, everything is imported, and they are given 2% or something like that, and they provide as a local donation. Anyway, it's sad, it's sad. So far you mentioned about capacity. Yes, we haven't built capacity at all. Whatever level we were 30, 40 years back, we are still going down and down and down. It's not in Parliament House also, we have increased in capacity only in terms of the good furniture and the good computers and things like that. Nothing more than that. It is not the people working there, the resources available for senators to come up and to do their job. They're not there. So you are at your own if you want to do something. We did mention about very, very important thing is the skilled labor. Now, skilled, semi-skilled labor, it has to have something like what you call international certification. For engineering education, one of the small contribution, I initiated this going to Washington Accord. And we were the 7th country to apply for it, the leading countries. And we are not full member of Washington Accord, and we are facilitating other countries. But same way, we have to go for Dublin Accord and Sydney Accord, so that our workers, they are recognized worldwide. When we train them, we don't, we offer them the local job, we should give them enough, facilitation. However, if somebody wants to cross borders and go there, the biggest allegation or the biggest contempt on the decision makers, we are not the decision makers, we are the elite making policies for it, which is a fact. Let's accept it. How long we can deny? Thank you very much. I really learned. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Senator Rukhsana Zuberi, and I think this was for me individually, and I think for the audience and especially the youngsters on our right side, because this technology and everything we talk about is about you. 2030, when CPEC will be almost nearing its completion, you will be here and we shall be listening from there to your vision. And I would now request my great friend and the Executive Director, Pakistan China Institute, Mr. Mustafa Haider. Before you make the closing remarks, I would like to have a group photo with the panelists here, and after that, I would request you kindly give your closing remarks. Thank you. So I would request all the great leaders, the panelists. Here, we can stand here.
Sorry.
पहले सब ठीक करके सब मोदी मिल सकते हैं
कैमरा नहीं आ रहा
Hello. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hassan Daud Saab, very grateful for moderating the session. Senator Rukhsana Zuberi Sahiba, Hassan Daud Saab, and all other panelists. It was really a learning experience to hear all of you. सर सिर्फ 2.5 मिनट चाहिए आपके अटेंशन के, उसके बाद जितने मर्जी कार्ड लेने के लिए। I'm very grateful to all the panelists from different genres of work, government, investors, regulatory bodies, Chinese and Pakistanis, parliament, all to be there and talk about this very important subject. Before I talk about the theme at hand, the last one of the last comments was about the location of SEZs from our friend. And it just so happens that last night I arrived from Shenzhen to Islamabad. And as most of us know, that the model SEZ, considered internationally, and seen as a key example of China's development after Deng Xiaoping went to Singapore and said, I want many Singapores in China, is Shenzhen, which like Gwadar, 45 years ago, used to be a poor fishing village. And now when I was there, Sujit sir, it's close to your heart because I call you my ESG guru. 80% of the vehicles in Shenzhen were electric. It was an exception for a fuel-based car to be on the road. And electric stations everywhere. And then there are cars which are like cell phones. You can charge them in your house. You don't need to go to a charging station outside. Like we have petrol stations, you can just charge them in your house. And then if you go to the mall there in Shenzhen, like a shelf product like a remote or TV, there were cars, electric cars by Huawei, cutting edge. And some other brands which I saw as well, and I had the pleasure of driving them. It was fantastic. The point what I'm making about Shenzhen is that why it was so successful, if you look at its history, is because it was next to Hong Kong. And Hong Kong, Hassan Daud Sahab, you were at the embassy in Beijing as well. A lot of people know you from CPEC, but you actually have stayed in China prior to your role in CPEC. Shenzhen blossomed because there were existing business clusters in Hong Kong. And there were mature businesses there. So Shenzhen's location with Hong Kong, which connects to the West, because it was a British, under British rule, and through to mainland China, was so inextricably crucial that it blossomed. So I think one of the key things is, and that is also tied with your point, Hassan Daud Sahab, and Hamza, maybe aapne bhi baat ki iski, about one window. When you decide to have a special economic zone, how much feasibilities and analysis do we do? And comparison of, is this the right place to eventually have the special economic zone, which we will of course then promote and talk about. But how do we determine the location of an SEZ? That decision-making process. And do we have that capability to determine that? And if we don't, do we have the understanding to outsource that capability? Because everything can be outsourced. You want something, if you don't have something, it's not a problem. You can find the right person or a team to do it. In today's day and age, you can even do it online. So how do we determine? Hassan Daud Bhatt Sahab knows that when SEZs was being negotiated, we thought that the more we say we want with China, the more prosperity there will be. So originally there were 9 SEZs, every province, I think 2 or 3. 37. Eventually now there are 3. Rashakai, Allama Iqbal, and Dhabeji. I'm not going to be audacious enough to talk about any of them. And that said, I must say that Hassan Saab ne, while he was there, he's done a great job in what he could do. My point is that now the opportunity of greener CPEC, when we talk about the next phase, is huge for Pakistan. And Zubairi Saab, you've been talking about this, that by 2030, 30% will be 30% will be renewable energy, and Shersha, Hassan Saab, zara band kar dein phone. 30% of that share will be renewable energy by 2030. It is possible. But in the IG SAP, if you look at it, which is made by the NTDC, and we had friends from NTDC, that aspiration of 30% renewable energy by 2030 is not reflected in the IG SAP like it should. That synchronization and then incentivizing renewable energy investments, because renewable energy can be expanded in Pakistan if it is made profitable. If people who are energy investors, like Energy China, if they are given an incentive that you will get this tariff, and it will be, within this profit period, like it was in the first phase of CPEC, that this % guaranteed rate of return. And if we also have work towards a smarter grid system, which is directly linked with the renewable energy, you have to have the grid capability to actually have renewable energy investments, a modern grid, an upgraded grid. What we see right now is that we have a lot of advocacy towards renewable energy. But if you talk about the tariffs, Zabairi Saab is here, and our Honorable Prime Minister, who successfully executed the Bahawalpur SEZ, Qaid-e-Azam Solar Power Park with Zonergy, now is also talking about big solar projects. But when you talk about tariffs, when we talk about the pennies and cents, I feel that that's not followed through. And because we have NEPRA and they are autonomous organizations, so there has to be a synchronized approach. That said, I think one of the key conclusions of this panel was that there's still a lot of work to be done. But I, at the same time, think that there is light at the end of this tunnel that we are in. There is light. And if you look at this discussion, this was a very high quality discussion. And I was very, very impressed myself that the people, all of you here on this panel and earlier in the morning as well, what we discussed, and the urgency that we have now to do this. Because when we talk about imports, our biggest import bill is of fuel. That's our biggest import bill. And that leads to, as we know, more borrowing. We borrow to import more. And that cycle continues and perpetuates. I'm grateful to the Sustainable Development Policy Institute, our partner, to the Fudan University, and my colleagues at the Pakistan-China Institute for taking this very good, timely initiative. And the purpose of this conference was having colleagues from China, colleagues from Pakistan, to make this dialogue more inclusive. And in the coming months, we plan to have more smaller dialogues, larger, and also these reports will go to the decision makers. We will bring them to the Parliament, madam. We will bring them to the Minister of Energy, to the Prime Minister, and both sides of the spectrum, China and Pakistan. And we are in dialogue with the National Development Reform Commission and sharing our findings with them as well. And we look forward to not only talking the talk, but walking the talk and translating this into serious tangibles for Pakistan. So very grateful to all of you for taking the time and participating, and looking forward to keeping in touch and engaging with all of you in the future. Thank you very much. We can have one final group photo, I think, with everyone who's here. And then we can... Please come here.
No, no, you must come there. NPPR, good. PCI to be calling college. बाकी जो लोग शेरशाह you want to come there? They are young members. Camera है वो इसका wide scope वाला camera.
Political economy, there are some people who have the knack of being in every program. What has happened is how much.